T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's come to pass, 7 years has gone so fast. Wake me up when September ends. Here comes the rain again, falling from the stars, drenched in my pain again, becoming who we are. As my memory rests, but never forgets what I lost. Wake me up when September ends. September ends. Here comes the rain again, falling from the stairs, drenched in my pain again, becoming who we are. As my memory rests, but never forgets what I lost. Wake me up when September ends. Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's come to pass. 20 years has gone so fast. Wake me up when September ends. Wake me up when September ends. Wake me up when September ends.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Another weekend passing by, another month passing by. We are now starting a new month. How many of y'all getting ready for Halloween already? That's my wife, one of my wife's favorite holidays. She is already starting to decorate everything. Got it all ready to go. September is over. All right, so let's take a look at something real quick here. I'm going to take you to the other screen real quick for this one. So let me show you this real quick. I thought this was really, really interesting this weekend. Let me open up two different things for you. First off, it's going to be blinding stuff here. I'm going to open up two different screens. We're going to zoom in on this just a tad bit here. It's going to be a little wonky looking as I zoom in on this. This is as of March 31st of last year. And I do want to note, it says it's notional amounts of derivative contracts to the top 25 commercial banks, savings associations, and trust companies and derivatives, March 31st, 2021, millions of dollars. So when they say total derivatives in millions of dollars, you got to add 6 zeros behind it, and you start to realize that JP Morgan's got $52.6 trillion in open derivatives. It's a lot. It's a lot of open derivatives. That's just tons. $52.6 trillion. Now that was March 31st, and I know a lot of you guys have probably seen the more recent one, which is as of March of this year. and what the difference looks like. Hold on a second. So they went in a year's time. They went from 52.6 trillion JP Morgan to 61.7 or 61.1 trillion dollars. So they nearly increased by let's see, that would be almost nearly 10 trillion dollars in a single year. Goldman Sachs is number 2 on the list both times. We got, let's see here. Let me make sure you guys can see this okay. Yeah, it looks like you can see it all right. So you got Goldman Sachs running last year at 50.5 trillion, this year at 50.2 trillion. So they actually went down on Goldman Sachs. The next one is Citibank. Citibank had 46.4 trillion, and then currently they've got, as of more recently this year, they got 46.2. So a slight decrease there, very, very slight. Bank of America, same position, went from 18.5 trillion to 23 trillion. Wells Fargo went from 10.7 trillion to 11.8. Let's see, State Street Bank and Trust Company went from 2.6 to 2.6, but it was slightly lower, in the billions. Slightly lower. Let's see here. Oh, hey, HSBC actually went down a fair amount. They went from 1.7 trillion to 1.4 trillion. And then you've got the Bank of New York Million with 1.1, basically 1 trillion, now having 1.3 trillion. So not a whole lot of decreases there, but a very large increase by JP Morgan. So JP Morgan obviously taking on a lot more stress over the last year than any of the other top. I think I only read off the top 8 to you. But that is just tons and tons of money locked up in derivatives. There's a lot of money out there. Lots and lots and lots of money out there. So anytime somebody talks about market caps and not being able to support the idea that there's, not enough money for collateral for payments on all these meme stocks and everything, I think this is a great example to bring up here and pull up and say, like, look, I mean, sure looks like there's enough money to me. I'm just saying. Let's see here. Tom D says, I called my daughter up at 0:25 a.m. on October 1st just to tell her to wake me up when September ends. Been doing it for the past few years. I bet she loved that one. Let's see here. Donald Devoid says, doesn't seem Credit Suisse implosion will be imminent since their CEO is delivering a turnaround strategy on October 27th per Bloomberg Markets and Finance. Jay, good morning to you. Jay's got a birthday coming up here. I got it written on the top of my board. I can't see it because I've got 8/6. 8/6, so 3 more days until your birthday, Jay. I got you written down, though. You better be here for the toast. I'm just kidding. I don't expect you to be here. But you can always go back and look at it. Z-Wade says multiple banks, each with trillion to double-digit trillion In derivatives, we are in monopoly money territory. You, I think I don't recall, but I feel like I've heard a story somewhere that monopoly was created to kind of teach people how money kind of works, and so you're not kidding. Hayden says, I just got back to Atlanta after spending the weekend in Vegas. How about the Raider victory? And for the record, I didn't witness any Donkey fans getting shanked. Well, I'm gonna say, Hayden, that my team, Kansas City, won. They beat the Bucks, so I was happy about that. I think it was like a 10-point spread. So I was watching that last night, and that was a good game. I enjoyed it. Salty Dog, good morning to you. Tim's got 27th of October. All right, Tim, I'll write you down here. Let's see. What was it, 27th? My goodness, it's so far out. I hope this stays written on my board until then. There we go. I know, John. I know. Go Chiefs. I saw a rushing statistic that said something like 100 and I don't remember what the number was. It was like 180 some odd yards to 3 or something like that. It was really insane. I was like, holy crap, how did they only get 3 yards of rushing? I don't know what I mean, the Bucks didn't apparently they didn't have a rushing game last night. All right, it's 6:21. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Thorblade says digital currency on the way. Imagine if the government created Bitcoin to try and convince people crypto is good and used it for money laundering and now pushing digital dollars on us. Man, I feel like it's been a year since I've been talking about that. I feel like it's been like a year. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't been a year, but I feel like I've been talking about it forever. Yeah, myself, probably because one refers to a skin color and the other one is just the position, a title. That's probably why. Let's see here. I'm gonna leave that open. All right, it's time to take a look at these numbers. I'm gonna go ahead and start logging into things. But before I do, I gotta clean the glasses because that is a necessity. Must start off every day with a clean set of glasses. I just hope that my team makes it to the playoffs this year. I don't think they'll have any problem doing that, but let's get to the playoffs and then we'll go from there. That Colts loss kind of had me a little worried. And you know what else I love about Andy Reid? I know I didn't say anything already, but one of the things that I love about Andy Reid is he's not afraid to go for it on 4th and 1. I've been saying that for a long time. Like I don't understand. Like why would you give up position on a field just for 4th and 1? I mean, they're probably going to make the distance anyways. What's the difference? Might as well go for it. Now, if you're sitting on like your 30, it's a different story. But if you're sitting on, like their 45 or something like that, and 4th and 1, I say go for it. I don't know. Seems kind of silly to kick it. I don't know. I could be wrong. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could help prevent keeping somebody from being in your account that shouldn't be in your account. While you're setting it up, make sure you have a second, or not a primary, but a secondary number that you can send it to, the code, in case something happens to your primary phone. Let's start with the top left-hand side. I think I pulled the week out last week, so the final closing price of AMC and APE. Hold on a second here. I actually had to. Let's see. I did a little extra research this weekend, and so I had to. I also ended up having to close down my computer and restart it back up because it was bogged down. All right, let's see. AMC plus APE. Closing price was $9.68. Let me just make sure that's correct. Yep, that's correct. $9.68 was the closing price. We're currently sitting at $9.50 on the combined price between the two. $9.68. Let's see here. That's going to be closer to my. So these are the price predictions that we had. I had $8.90 to $11.90. Eric had $9 to $12. Keto had $9.13 to $12.13. I think the average price, the 960. What did I say? The $9.68 is going to be closest to my average price. It would be closest to Monty's average price, but he was down a point. Yeah, he was down a point. So I get the additional bonus point for the week. We give everybody our points here. So I actually swept last week in numbers. Short exempt volume. $388.7 for AMC. Hold on a second here. 388.7. On Ape. Oh no, did I not save it? Oh, I did save it. Okay. Ape had 180.3 thousand in short exempt volume. 180.3. Which is double what it had on previous day for Thursday. Utilization. Utilization is showing 100% for AMC. Let's check and make sure that the date's correct on this. Date showing September 30th, so we're good on the date. That is day number 164 of utilization being 100%. And that's and it's showing up as 69.29 for Ape. We had a negative 1.83% down on AMC, and on Ape from Friday's finish was down 6.55. Max Pain. Max Pain for this week, if I remember correctly, is showing up at $8. Yeah, $8 for this week. Let me make sure that's the right week. Let me refresh this just in case it's not. Okay, Max Pain for AMC for this week is $8. That is pretty darn close to what I think we ended the week last week. I think we might have been $7.50 for last week on Max Pain. Off exchange volume, the final numbers for, hold on a second, let me add something here. Final numbers for AMC. All right, final numbers for AMC was 54.86. And EDGX was a 10.28 for a grand combined total 65.14%. It's about 1.14% higher than an average day. So not very high on off-exchange volume for AMC. On APE, 58.26 through the off-exchange and 9.07 through EDGX for a grand total 67.33, which is about 3.33% higher than an average day. Taking a look at institutional share ownership. Last week, the numbers were being reported for institutional ownership at 154.185. Let's see what it is today. 154.057, so slight downwards movement on institutional ownership. You know, I think that's one of the things that a lot of people tend to forget about is who all institutionally is invested in this. I think it's important to go find out who all is invested in this institutionally and figure out what positions are being held and who's holding those positions, because I think those are pretty big numbers. And understanding like why there might be people who are holding this, I think it's something to think about. Total amount of short share interest of the free float showing up at 19.2% for AMC. For APE is showing up at 7.39%. We'll take a look at the actual numbers of on loan amount and everything here in just a second. But let's move on to options data. Highest amount of open interest. Now we're moving into monthlies now for AMC1. So we're not going to have any AMC1 that's due this week. It's going to be the next date where we're going to have options for AMC1 expiring is going to be October 21st, which is going to be 3 weeks from now, roughly. And let's see here. Highest amount of open interest for calls for AMC looks to be like they are at, you know what? I think am I seeing, I can't tell if this is October 14th. Oh, okay, that's next week. I don't know why it's got next week opened. All right, highest amount of open call contracts for AMC for the expiration of this Friday is going to be an $8 strike. That's down from 10. There is approximately 6.3 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume at a $6 strike, down from 10. And there is approximately 3.5 thousand contracts. Nope, I take that back. There's 4,000, sorry. 4,000 contracts. There's a really close runner at $7 strike for puts with 3.5 thousand contracts. Really close. The combined price of AMC and APE, by the way, just throwing this out there, I would say that the highest amount of contracts. Now there's some call contracts that are expiring in the future, but they're far and few in between. On AMC one, most of them are very, very low, but the majority of them are around a $20 strike price. Actually, maybe even $30 strike. There's some down at 35 as well. But there's a very large amount of puts that are in the money currently for an $8 strike, a $10 strike, and a $15 strike. There's 11.2 thousand contracts at 8, 11.7 at 10, and 10.7 at 15. So I don't know how long these have been open for, but they didn't close out last week, so it's kind of interesting to see that they're still open. But there's not large amounts of open interest below 8. 8 seems to be the kind of like the bottom of the combined price of puts that have been opened up for the futures. Let me move a couple screens over here and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. So speaking of combined prices, let's take a look at what that looks like. There's our 950 combined price between AMC and APE. Taking a look at the Ortex data here. Let me erase my board. Fresh numbers. Shares on loan, 185.77. Now here's our utilization at 100% for 164 straight trading days. Let's zoom in on this just a tad here so we can see a little bit closer as to what's going on currently. On loan amount dipping from 186.8 to 185.7, so 1.1 million decrease. So it'll probably be about 300,000 shares in closed short interest. From Friday, let's see here. We did dip from 19.27 to 19.2. So let me do some quick math. Let's see here. Yep, 360,000 shares in return short interest, roughly, estimating. On loan average age per day with decrease in the on loan amount. If they are new loans, then that number should skyrocket. If it's older loans that were closed out, then you should see maybe like a decrease of some sorts. So on loan average age per day increasing from 52.72 to 53.64. I'd say it could have been anywhere from medium to newer positions that were closed out. The security lending volume for the day on Friday rose from 5.28 million to 6.4. On APE, 24.41 million shares are on loan for the day today. There's your drop in utilization, which means that the amount of shares that are on loan dropped, and it dropped from 24.42 to 24.41. So like basically no change. I'm going to put no NC for no change. I mean, it dropped just ever so slightly, but not really. However, interestingly enough, though, the utilization dropped, which means that there were more shares available to be borrowed that were found. On loan average age per day on that one starting to dip from 12.73 to 10.43. Kind of a big drop in on loan average age per day with hardly any kind of change to on loan amount. It's kind of surprising to see. The security lending volume day over day did rise from 6.5 million to 8.11 million. Looking at the three stock tickers, AMC, APE, and GME. Let's see who was highest on the list here in the top 30. AMC, the first one, showing up with a 63% buy to 36% sell ratio, looking very strong from Friday's numbers. GME is next on the list with a 57% buy to 42% sell ratio. Not bad. And APE finally pulling in on 29th spot on the list here with 48% buys to 51% sell ratio from Friday. Not very good numbers on Ape. GME is not very good either, but it's close to my bare minimums. AMC doing really well with a buy sell ratio. Not really well. Really well compared to Ape. But just barely over the amount that I like to see as a bare minimum. Oops, hold on a second. Last but not least, let's see how our futures are looking here. Looks like the futures are up. Most of the market quotes here that we have are showing up anywhere from breaking even to 0.75% up. We got the VIX being down 2.02%, which should lead to some increased movement in the market based off of what this is showing right now. Mostly red over the weekend in foreign markets, international markets, down anywhere from 0.5% down to 1.25%. In the pre-market this morning, Tesla is down 5.05%. Amazon is up 0.35, Cinemark down 1.16, Doge is up 1.4, Bitcoin up 0.88, GME is down 0.28, HYMC is up 2.56, Hood is down 0.2, NCMI is down 2.07, APE is down 3.32, and AMC is down 1.87. Inflow versus outflow on Friday, we had about $300,000 more roughly in outflow than inflow. So far this morning on AMC, we've got 14,000 shares having been traded so far. That is definitely low volume. And taking a look at the hourly, currently there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.33, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.6, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.91, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape. Ape last Friday had $600,000 roughly more in outflow than inflow with 17.5 thousand contracts. 17.5 thousand shares in volume traded so far this morning. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.43, which is signaling oversold and has been signaling oversold for most of the time since last Friday at noonish, 1 o'clock-ish. At a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, double dipping back down into oversold signals since aftermarket hours of Friday, and RSI sitting at 29.25. And on a 5-minute interval, RSI at 39.26, and there's more buying pressure than selling pressure. Taking a look at the Ichimoto, Let's get some ideas for numbers that we need to break. Lagging line is below price lines. Conversion line below base. A key number that we would need to break today in order to see some buying pressure would be 306 really early on. 306 really early on, and then later on in the day would be around like 334. Taking a look at the 4 hour. Yeah, I'm going to go 334. We'll go with that. Let's go with 340. Okay, so 306 and 340 could be good potential buying points. And I do believe that based off of SPF, uh, 332 as well. So 306, 332, 340, those are all really strong numbers. If we were to reach those kind of numbers, we would see some more outside buying pressure. Taking a look at AMC, that was for Ape. Taking a look at AMC, we do have the thinning portion of the red cloud upcoming today and tomorrow. We have lagging line below price line. We have conversion below base. Prices that we would have to see today would probably have to exceed $7.30 would be the first number. So I'm going to put 735. Now we'll call it 730. 730 works. 730. And on a 4 hour chart, lagging lines below price line, conversion below base. We would need to see price rise to about I'm gonna go with 870, 890, or 880 rather. So there's a big gap there. I could see us hanging out in a cloud if we were to head up. So let's see here. But on synthetic price failures, let me just verify where we're at on that one real quick. Let's see here. Make sure I got lowest price set up here. Yeah, $7.83 is what I'm getting for. So there is an in-between point in there. And then let me also make sure that I've got it for Ape set correctly also. Yeah, $3 is another really strong support level according to synthetic price failure, which is really close to that 306 number that I read off just a little bit ago. So those numbers are accurate. $2.6 is a 35.5% decrease in price. That is one of 35-40%. Those do typically tend to be turnaround points. The last 3 turnaround points that we've seen on Ape were at 50, 42, and 49. So we've had 40 and 50% turnaround points each time on Ape. Volatility on Ape is getting pretty heavy. A lot of people seem to think that that's when we're going to see some of our biggest moves. This is after the election cycle, and that's actually been talked about for a pretty long time. I think that's kind of an ongoing feeling is that that could be what we end up seeing happen. Mitch, good morning to you. Point Break Thor says Fat Albert used to say NC for no class. Benjamin, good morning to you. It's not my birthday today. Mine's July 13th, man. I got some time before my birthday is gonna hit again. But you got a couple people though. Forrest is telling me happy birthday, so is Mitch. So again, I'll show this real quick for you guys. So in terms of the title for the day today, which piggy bank is going to be the first that goes wee 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 all the way home? I'm gonna blind you guys here in 3, 2, 1. So these are the numbers from March 31st. JP Morgan with $52.6 trillion in derivatives. That was in March of 2021. And the difference is now this year they've got 61.1. So nearly a $10 trillion increase in derivatives for JP Morgan. Goldman Sachs had a slight decrease. They went from 50.5 trillion to 50.2. Citibank went from 46.4 to 46.2. These are trillions of dollars. Bank of America went from 18.5 to 23. So the big increasers are J.P. Morgan and Bank of America, and actually those are the two from my list that I've been saying are the ones that are going to be the first to probably get hit is J.P. Morgan and Bank of America. That's just kind of been my feeling, but we'll see. Wells Fargo went from 10.7 trillion to 11.8. State Street Bank went from let's see here, 2.6 to 2.6, but they had 2.606 versus 2.675 a year previous, so they did drop by about 70 billion. HSBC Bank of USA went from 1.7 trillion to 1.46, and the Bank of New York million is went from just 1 trillion to 1.3 trillion. If I'm saying that wrong, I don't know. Mellon. I can't say it. Just melon. I want to say melon, but I don't. It's million or something like that. Pretty crazy numbers. Shares available to borrow this morning. Boy, I don't think I talked about that page. Hold on a second. Let's pull that back up real quick. Why did I skip over that? I think I skipped over this page. Trigger price for SSR for the morning is $6.27 for AMC, 2.439 for APE. I've already got those marked in. Shares available to borrow this morning. They did borrow. It looks like we had from last week they had increased to about 100,000 shares available to borrow. Looks like they've borrowed all of those shares. The ETFs actually have a very large amount of shares sitting in the ETFs now. They borrowed a crap ton of ETFs this morning. Holy smokes. That is a lot. Okay, so here's 10 grand borrowed, five. That's 20 grand in shares borrowed earlier this morning. Fees are up to 21.6%. The numbers are starting to get really hot here. We have 455 minus the 24 plus 20 plus 100. 550,000 shares have been borrowed so far this morning, and a lot of them in ETFs. Last Friday we only had like 100,000 shares borrowed. This is pretty high. I don't know why I didn't check this out earlier. Lots and lots of shares returned to the ETFs there. There was, if I'm not mistaken, I think Vanguard closed down one of their very first ETFs. That could be where those available shares came from. I have no idea. But that is a lot of available shares in the ETFs compared to usual. I don't know how to skip past that. Fork says, maintain the status quo until midterms. After that, Jesus, take the wheel. Oh, man. That sounds rough. Good morning, Javi. Yeah, so Zach says, Kissy, any thoughts on the investment bank collapse conversation over the weekend? So I went into a space call. It was really kind of funny. I think somebody said, is Credit Suisse going to fail? And it wasn't, what I noticed very quickly is that the sell on that talk was about people improperly investing their money into meme stocks. It wasn't about whether or not Credit Suisse was going to fail. I mean, in general, they were trying to basically say like Credit Suisse is doing just fine, but it was more about bashing on people improperly investing their money into memes. And I thought that was very kind of funny. I mean, if you go around to a lot of different places and you kind of just check out what people are saying, it's kind of like one of my, I guess, little fun hobbies is to go around and listen to all that different stuff and see what people are saying. Um, there seems to be a really huge push right now for um, financial investors to try and get people into bonds and convincing us that banks are doing just fine. Those were the two big talking points this weekend. Banks are fine. There's no problems there, and make sure you start buying bonds. One of the other key things I was kind of looking at this weekend as well, the strength of the U.S. dollar. If you kind of compare it to the past, especially like 2008 era, when we were seeing the markets just getting absolutely trashed due to the housing market bubble. The dollar did increase, but it wasn't until I would say more towards the bottom. But the price of the U.S. dollar did start rising towards the end, and so I wouldn't say that it was a leading indicator. It was more of I would say actually a lagging indicator that there was a problem. But in this particular instance, and it does seem to be a little bit lagging currently, but it's let me see. I'm gonna pull it up here just so you can see what it is I'm talking about. Let's actually compare it to SPY. Hold on one second. I thought it was kind of interesting because I don't think I've ever really taken a look at it before. Let's see. Let me get rid of this DXY. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up here. We'll make it a nice orange color to match for Halloween here. All right, so what I've got up on the page now is the SPY versus the dollar since well, current really. Let me put this on the daily. Let me go weekly actually. Oh, this is AMC. What? This is not the right one. Hold on a second here. There we go. So you can see that, from what you're seeing right here, you can see that it's actually kind of it actually was leading this time. It actually started rising. It was a slow rise, but there was a slow rise to the U.S. dollar prior to the market moving down this time. And but it did start rising, and as you can see, as we're getting here, further along here, it's rising more and more and more. One of the things that I've got posted in here is this is the blue line that just popped up on here is the 2008 market movements enlarged in time. I think it was time only. I only do uh, time adjustments. I don't usually do price adjustments, so you can see what it looks like. Um, but yeah, I think if you look in contrast to that versus 2008, if we scroll back enough here, I think this is 2015 movement down. You can see it was a leading indicator to the 2015 market problems that we had 2015, 2016, late 2015, 16. And then if we scroll back even further to the 2008 era, you're going to see that there was a little bit, it was a lagging indicator. It was a lagging indicator in 2008 because you actually had the US dollar weakening in strength, and price of the SPY was starting to fall. And it wasn't until the SPY got down, I don't know, maybe like, it's hard to say, maybe 157, from 157 down to about here. Which would have been 122. So when it went from 157 down to 122, that's when you started seeing the strength of the dollar rising. Right as it really started to fall off. So, it's hard to make comparisons, but you can see that there's a definite correlation to the U.S. dollar rising and there being some failures in our markets. Even back here in COVID, it was a very sharp rise on the dollar that occurred, not a short gradual one. So you can tell it was more of a surprise, aha, caught you off guard kind of moment. Whereas now you have a signal moment where it's like, guess what? Now, does this mean if we're seeing it rise here, does this mean that we may be getting closer to the bottom? Because as we've seen from the past, oftentimes the dollar will start to rise the most when it's at the bottom of a drop. Perhaps that could be the case. We could be not too far away. We could have the bottom in sight. If we go back to early, I think it was early. If we go back to early 2000, here's the market kind of dump here a little bit, right? From dot-com bubble to 9/11, you can see that the dollar was pretty much on an incline as the market was coming down. There was a little bit of a suggestive drop here, but then slow rise as the economy started to slowly start to tank and hit those bubbles and catastrophes. So I don't know. But I was kind of doing a little cross comparison on that to just kind of take a look at it and see if there was like any kind of similar patterns that we can draw as a conclusion as to, might support the thesis of where it is that we're heading to, where we're at in the process. But it's really difficult to say though. Pokey stick of volume. Thank you very much. Very first thing I saw there was the pokey stick from Thor Bladed. Thank you, Thor Bladed. Pokey stick of volume was 49.9 thousand on AMC, which was looked like we had about 20,000 going into it. Yeah, we had about 20,000 shares traded going into it. So we had like what is that, a double and a half, but still really low volume at 77,000 shares traded so far. Let's see here. I'm gonna go 10 to 30 million. It'd be difficult for me to suggest anything higher than that. And then looking at Ape, Pokey stick of volume was 71,000 shares with looks like we had about, I'm gonna go with 20,000 shares, almost exactly the same amount. I think we're going to have a very typical day. The volume is a little bit higher than what we're used to seeing, not much, but a little bit higher than what we're used to seeing. And I'm still going to say 5 to 25 million, but we could have. Let me see what we had for volume on Friday. Give me 1 second. We had 10.8 million shares traded on Friday. I would suggest that we'll probably see something a little bit higher. Maybe somewhere, because we had actually on the 27th, 28th, and 29th, we had 13 million shares traded on each one of those days. I would say it's going to be somewhere closer to that. So we'll probably see somewhere between I'm going to guess 10 to 15 million. Like a real tight window would be 10 to 15 million, but I'm going to give myself the normal 20 million shared spread and say 5 to 25. Bitcoin came out after 2008, coincidentally. GD says that's what the market looks like when you apply a terrible approach to social welfare to the stock market. You make people dependent, and ultimately it fails epically. There is the emergency Fed meeting today, although I don't think that I don't know if there's any announcements. I haven't looked to see. Oh, One Speed Go says, how far did that blue line drop? Let's pull it back up here. I'll pull it up for you. I don't know that you wanted to see it, but there it is. It drops down to about 138, 140, 140-ish. I'm kind of I've suggested before that I'm seeing somewhere between 215 and 245 were the numbers that I gave without doing any kind of cross comparisons on historicals, matching numbers up like this. I actually came up with those numbers in a different method But 215 to 245 is what I've got in for the bottom. And so when I drew this out here, this actually has it going down to 137. I don't know that this is necessarily accurate. I would go more with the 215 to 245 range. But just know, guys, that there is very likely a upswing coming in our very near future, and it may be the last one that we see. Corbin Dallas, I liked it. I thought it was a good game. Bird Eye View Photography says, I don't even want to go into it. I'm not even going to go there. So much, there's so many, like, I don't know, man. There's so many, uh, I mean, it's just like you can take any institution you want to that's a major institution that puts out people who are successful and draw those same conclusions if you want to. It doesn't matter which institution you want to. You could say it about Yale. You could say it about, I don't care. Pick your college. Princeton. Doesn't matter. Same thing. Attendees plus plus says I think they'll announce their wisdom tomorrow. let me just check real quick here. Bird Eye says it's dropping because they're removing the whale positions in companies, businesses, and countries. Sri Lanka was a perfect example. Good morning, Roadster guy. Brady and Mahomes are now 3-3. MG2 says, "Good morning, wee wee." Yeah. Jojo says Kramer was tweeting away yesterday about how Credit Suisse is fine and not in trouble, and you're just silly if you move your money, it's about to go down. Man, he has a way of predicting those things, doesn't he? Let me just check something. There was something I was going to check. Somebody said something that made me want to check, and I don't recall what it is now. And I got to go back up and reread what it is you guys wrote. Oh yeah, the Fed meeting schedule. Just wanted to check and see if there's anything set for the calendar. Yep, tomorrow morning we've got, but tomorrow morning it's going to be Governor Philip N. Jefferson speaking. Says technology's impact on the post-pandemic economy. So that's not really the Fed. We have Governor Lisa D. Cook talking on Thursday. All right, I don't see any scheduled events where Powell's going to talk at all. Let me check real quick here and see. Well, I don't think I'll see it on their YouTube account. Let me just check though. let's see. Yeah, I don't see any. I don't see anything. Corbin Dallas says Goldman Sachs is selling big under all circumstances this week. I don't know, man. The big tramp. In regards to Credit Suisse, I have no idea. I really don't pay attention to Credit Suisse all that much, except for what we all see in the news. My big focus is on Bank of America and J.P. Morgan. Those are my two U.S. banks that I think are kind of on my radar. You think Credit Suisse is the one that they're going to blame, or do you think that they're going to start snitching? They could start. I mean, you never know. Whoever fails first is probably going to be snitching for sure. I mean, because they're going to want to point fingers at everybody but themselves. Yep, there is an emergency meeting today, Maggie, and but I don't see anything scheduled for in regards to any kind of press release or anything like that. Vortex indicator was down like 2%, was supposed to be down 2% this morning. Let me take a look at the futures on it again. Futures are still showing the VIX being down 2.49 for the futures. So I'm still seeing green for the market this morning to start off with. I did see that bird eye. Reuters is news due to the Epstein case. The Deutsche Bank can now be sued by investors in them as their ties to Epstein helped him traffic children. I read an article about that. That's kind of crazy. American Trader says, "Good morning, Ape. Snitches get stitches." I thought that was glitches get stitches. Whatever happened to the glitches one? You know what, Bird Eye? That's like one of the most disturbing things to me in that whole thing is that they won't name any of the clientele. I really find that disturbing. I mean, I understand that they wouldn't want to jump to conclusions, but if they have a firm list, that list needs to be published somewhere. Einstein says pivot or crash are the only options for the Fed. It's options that are being played in the market. Griffin's mom. So any options that they're positions that are held, going to hedge against other positions that are being created. So most of the time, what institutions will do, and not all, but most institutions will take a long and short position while buying into a company. And so the idea there is that they're going to try and hedge their bets. If the company should go down, then they try to make some money on that through derivatives. So it's basically money that's tied up in the market that's tied up in the market on guessing where price is going to move to and trying to make money off of futures. I think that's probably the best way to put it. 。  . 。  . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . You know, somebody posted a BioLife Hemp. Somebody posted something about I can't remember if it was market cap or something like that. It was I'm pretty sure it was market cap that somewhere I think it was that they were collecting the information off of Yahoo and it was giving that 481%. And if you did the math on it, you know, you could figure out that there was basically like 2 point something billion outstanding shares based off of those numbers. And I really don't know what to make of it. I mean, I tried to see if there was like some kind of like easy, simple answer, like they misplaced a decimal or something. That one was a little bit more difficult. I didn't see anything like that going on, but at the same time, I wouldn't just jump to conclusions that it's accurate. But I mean, it is Yahoo Finance, so you kind of need to take that into consideration. And Griffin's mom in regards to why they're bad for banks, I don't necessarily think that they're bad for banks, but I think that when you have that much sitting on the books in derivatives, uh, you're looking at, you know, in an unstable economy, you could see a lot of risk, right? You don't want when there becomes a lot of volatility, and you have, let's say, for example, a lot of long positions that are held open, then you are running the risk of losing that money. So, or some of it, a portion of it. So the other side to that is that if they're holding short positions, then and the market starts running, they end up losing. You know, if there's a lot of volatility but the market doesn't move upwards, they could be making money. So it just kind of depends. The fact that they've only increased their positions and in a market that's been failing since last year. Well, I guess we hit the top. Where did we hit the top at? We hit the top at let's see here. Yeah, we hit the top in January of this year. So yeah, so since we've been moving downwards in value since January of this year, you could see that they've only increased. Most of them have increased their derivative positions in the market, and so the question really becomes is are those long or short positions? And if they're long, are they just losing tons and tons of money? And if they are losing tons of money, you know, who are they losing to, and where are they gonna collect on that? AMC Ortex data is up on the should be up on the screen unless I don't have the right one up there. Hold on a second. Yeah, I got the right one up there. But I mean, I think I don't know. I don't know if those banks. I don't know if they actually own those or if those are derivatives. That's actually a question I wouldn't know the answer to. I don't know if those are positions that are held by the banks or if they're loaned positions that the banks are loaning out. So that I don't know the answer to. Let me just look at the. Sorry about that. I'm blowing you guys up with a really bright screen there. Looks like to me notional amounts of derivative contracts top. So I would assume that these are contracts that they hold. Top 25 commercial banks savings associated. All right, there are some notes at the bottom. Credit derivatives have been included in the sum of total derivatives. Okay, so it does seem like they might have loaned out money for the creation of derivatives as well. Credit derivatives have been included in the over-the-counter category, although the call report these are calls. Okay, call report does not differentiate by market currently. Before the first quarter of 1995, total derivatives included spot FX. Beginning in the quarter, spot FX had been reported separately. Numbers may not add up to total due to rounding. And okay, so it does look like these are call positions that are being held. Not all their own, but some are on credit as well, are included in here. So um, these are long positions. Long positions in a failing market is not a good thing. Somebody's losing money. Also, we saw, yeah, Bird Eye is bringing up the whole, I think the Vanguard ETF. I think Vanguard shut down for the very first time in like, I think ever. Let's see if I can find a quick article on it. Yeah, Vanguard is liquidating a U.S. listed ETF for the first time ever. Firm says VFLQ hasn't gained scale since its 2018 debut. Decision is a sign of industry saturation. Let's see here. Asset manager giant Vanguard Group is shutting down one of its U.S. exchange traded funds for the first time. The 39.7 million Vanguard U.S. liquidity factor ETF ticker VFLQ will be liquidated in late November. The firm said in a press release Monday the fund has not gained scale since its 2018 debut. The closure will be the first and only liquidation of an American ETF for the Jack Bogle-founded firm since the 244 billion Vanguard Total Stock Market ETF (VTI) launched in 2001. Malvern, Pennsylvania-based Vanguard controls nearly 1.8 trillion in assets across 82 U.S. ETFs and is known chiefly for its ultra-low-cost index-hugging funds. Actively managed VFLQ, which carries a fee of 13 basis points, was an odd fit from the get-go, according to VettaFi's Dave Nadig. It's not super surprising that they'd close the laggards down, said Nadig, financial futurist at the data provider. As for why now, nobody cares when you close products in a bear market. The liquidation comes as volatility ripples across asset classes, with central banks around the globe attempting to cool red-hot inflation. That turmoil is showing up in the 6 trillion ETF industry, where 91 funds have shuttered so far this year, compared with just 71 closures for all of 2021, Bloomberg's data show. So I guess apparently that's some pretty big news there. Monty, I got you down, 801 to 1101. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So the closed door meeting this morning has been talked about quite a bit on Twitter. I think a lot of people were talking about that over this weekend. It'll be interesting to see if anything comes out of that as far as, I mean, if it's a closed door meeting, it'll be interesting to see. Some people have suggested, a rate hike in the, like in between rate hike, a rate hike in between rate hikes, normal rate hikes. So, in regards to pain, uh, you know, Powell was pretty clear that they were going to have to do some drastic things. So with their blunt hammer that they've been using as a tool. Corbin Dallas is going with the 9101, 9401. Bird Eye View Photography says 2% rate hike, 200 basis points. That would be something else, wouldn't it? SPY pre-market solid green, AMC APE piss red again, piss again red. Explanation. So the whole idea of this whole process is to try and get us to sell our shares, right? So what further thing could you think could happen to try and solidify the idea that you need to sell your position? Have a green market with red days for your stocks, right? Oh no, it's over. That's gonna be the selling point. Everything else is go up except for these ones. What that tells me, Kedian, I can't even say the name. Ketten. Um, if anything, it's showing negative beta to the market. So if the market's going to continue to fall and we're going to start moving up inversely to the market. So if you want a good explanation, I'm okay with us being inverse to the market, especially in this market right now. Roseanne, good morning. Combined price of AMC and APE is $9.32. Hillionaire, you got one of your numbers mixed up there. It's 675 and 2. Is it 205? Hold on a second. And 2.59. Your numbers are a little off there, unless that's what you're suggesting as a prediction. Morning, Manjeet. Ketten said, but negative beta last month not working on AMC. I don't know that we were negative beta last month, and I don't think I have not heard anybody report that. Let me check it out real quick here. I do have a beta calculator that I've got set up here, so let me see. And I'll run it for, I guess I'll run it from January to current. So from January to current, it's negative 1.5. But let me just check and make sure that more recent numbers, May to October showing negative 0.9. And July to current is showing negative 0.8. So in regards to AMC being negative beta, it does look like we are negative beta, but we may not be seeing the benefits from a major markdown. And we probably won't, to be honest with you, Ketten. We probably won't see anything for benefits until you start seeing those margin calls rolling in. I can't imagine seeing anything positive in our favor until we start seeing those. John says they're really testing these diamond hands. Yeah, I agree. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take my break. Let me put the screen up here with a note. But I've been saying this from the get-go, Ketten. This is not over until you start seeing people walking out of the offices of hedge funds with their stuff packed up in boxes. they will continuously drive this price down and down and down and down until they can't anymore. And they will continuously push this down. There will be unrelentless fight here. It's the only way they can win. Alrighty, let me put some music on for you guys, and I'm going to take this break. I'll see you guys in just a bit.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see. I'm going to try and get an idea for where we're moving to in price for the day today. We are at a combined price on AMC and APE at $9.48. That is max pain is $8 for AMC by the end of the week currently today. If they were to try to drop that, we'll know as soon as the market opens based off of volume levels that we see for the day. Price. I'm going to go with, 1 second. Let me just see something real quick here. We got as low as 2.57 on Ape. $241. All right, let's go. Let's go 925. I'm gonna go 925 to. Hold on a second. Let me just see the combined price again here. 950. I'm gonna go 925 to 1225. Getting risky here. Maybe I should just do 9 to 12. I want to count for some upwards movement in case we do start to head upwards. I think I'm gonna lower just a tad and just go 9 to 12. All right, 9 to 12 is my price prediction. I didn't see Keto's. Did you guys see? Let me scroll back up here just a tad bit and see if Keto got his in. Let's see here. I don't see a Keto price prediction. There he is. Good morning, Keto. 878 to 1178. Got you down. You got some time left. You were close, but not that close. Eric's always putting his in like a minute before the market opens. Bird Eye Photography says all you need to do for this play is watch institutional ownership. It really, I mean that it's a great thing to look at, man. If you know who all is involved in this, then it kind of makes sense. If you truly and honestly believe that this is a bad play, the people who are invested in this stock just wouldn't be here. Yeah, they're having an emergency meeting a little bit later today. It was already a planned meeting, but they turned it into an emergency meeting. I'm not sure what exactly that does. It probably gets people to make sure that they show up for it. Instead of it just being planned, it's now an emergency meeting. I've heard some people speculate that there's going to be a rate hike in between rate hikes, but I doubt that's going to happen. I can't imagine. I mean, it's quite honestly a blunt force tool, as they've mentioned on many occasions, interest rates. And I mean, I would just increase the amount that you're changing it every month instead of, yeah, no, it's not televised. It's closed door. I would tell them, if I was them, I would just increase the amount that they're doing it monthly, 100, 125 basis points. GD says, Casey Shaw, how will you know the status of the squeeze since so GD in my description box is the key indicators. There's two videos that'll take like 26 minutes of your time to watch. Um, that's all right, man. I get my name misspelled wrong all the time. That's not a big deal. I know who you're talking about. Those kind of things don't matter to me anymore. But yeah, I would say the way that you'll know the answer is those key indicators. It'll take like 26 minutes of your time. Part of it's knowing how to track price a certain way. The other portion of that is just simply day over day volume, which is probably one of the easiest indicators you can be looking at. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at day over day volume and realize whether it's going to be higher, lower. It's quite simple. Michael Roberts says they probably get paid extra to show up if it's an emergency meeting. Would yeah, what actually who knows? Maybe. Forks says I would say every meeting in this is an emergency meeting at this point, right? I can only imagine. That's probably how it's starting to feel, anyways. Sammy, I still feel like we're in the squeeze portion of a suck, squeeze, bang, blow cycle. And the way that we'll know that we've moved into the next phase, we'll see a big spike in volume and price in a single day. Sammy, you're welcome. What is Max paying for AMC for this Friday 10/7, please? It is $8. But, as soon as market opens, after the first half hour when we start looking at it, we'll probably be able to tell really quickly whether that's going to be a continued amount or if it's going to be something that they're planning on dropping based off of new positions that are created, new volume. What are you seeing to go 9 to 12 today? So a couple different things. I see a little bit of elevated price in Max Payne. I also see across the board. I see opening in the market that's a little bit green. And then I don't feel like there's going to be a big push today necessarily. Usually Mondays are one of our better days of the week, historically speaking. When we've had red days on Fridays, we tend to have like a 26% chance at having a green day on Monday. We would have had a better chance of having a green day on Monday had we had a green day on Friday, but that didn't happen. So, but 26% chance is one of our higher chances. Mondays usually, in general, are fake out days, where price tends to do the opposite of what everybody tends to think it's going to do. So I'm just kind of expecting maybe like a little bit of a 1 day move, maybe net positive that, or maybe even just breaking even, or it might start out running positive and then head negative, but not too far. Doug, I haven't looked at it, but it's time to get this market open, so I got to get going, and I can talk about it afterwards. See you guys after market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's come to pass. 7 years has gone so fast. Wake me up when September ends. Here comes the rain again, falling from the stars, drenched in my pain again, becoming who we are. As As my memory rests, but never forgets what I lost. Wake me up when September ends. Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's come to pass. 20 years has gone so fast. Wake me up when September ends. Wake me up when September ends. Wake me up when September ends.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Awesome day. Another week, another dollar. You guys are looking at the prices going, oh my gosh, it's tanking, it's tanking. Yeah, so if you look over at Ape, what you're going to see there is that red line at $2, 2.439. That's actually SSR being tripped right there. That will be the 10% markdown point. It got to 2.46. Very often times when SSR is tripped, you tend to see a bounce off that kind of a number. And it's usually an attempt to try and generate liquidity when you have a very illiquid market. A bunch of shares were borrowed this morning. To be exact, it was 550,000 last I checked it. It may be more now, but the cost of borrow is driving up as they do this. And here we go. We're getting about ready to approach touchdown on that 2.439. I think I calculated it out correctly. It is really super close. I'm going to zoom in on this just a tad to make sure we see if it hits 10% down. We'll know. It's really super close. You can tell they're definitely, okay, there it is. They just touched down on it. So they've triggered SSR for APE. And the volatility, in order to get down that low, look how massive that volatility is. It's just wide open. Oftentimes, like I said, you'll see the bounce off this. We did print a TD9 going into this, and we're crawling all the way down the bottom side of the Bollinger Band. That is usually a sign of a reversal that should be coming and moving back towards the simple moving average, which is at 2.56. If they needed liquidity in the market today, and that was where they needed to get it, they just found some. To talk about the topic for the day today on the title, let's see, which piggy bank is going to be the first to go wee all the way home? That is the question, right? So if we take a look at another screen here real quickly, I'm just going to go ahead and blind you guys here in 3, 2, 1. So the numbers for the derivatives from last year. And a lot of you guys saw the numbers from this year, but you didn't see last year's numbers. So March 31st of last year, JP Morgan had $52.6 trillion. Now, I know you're looking at the total derivatives over here and seeing this as a 52.6 million, but this is in millions of dollars. This is $52.6 trillion. I also have the data from this year of March 31st. So a year later, JP Morgan now has $61.1 trillion in derivatives. These are both credited derivatives and which are seen as OTC, and also these are reported as call positions. So they're obviously not going to be doing well when the market's down like this. So JP Morgan increased those assets from 52.6 trillion to 61.1 in a year's time. Goldman Sachs went from 50.5 trillion to 50.2, so they had a slight decrease. Citibank National went from 46.4 to 46.2, so a slight decrease for them. Bank of America went from 18.5 to 23 trillion. Wells Fargo went from 10.7 trillion to 11.8, so increase there. State Street Bank went from 2.6 trillion to 2.606, which is about a $70 billion difference lower. HSBC went from 1.7 trillion to 1.46, and Bank of New York Million went from 1.07 to 1.368, so they had an increase as well. So the increasing ones are Chase Bank, or JP Morgan Chase. Let's see, Goldman went down 4, so that went down. Bank of America went up. Wells Fargo down. No, Wells Fargo went up. Wells Fargo, State Street went down. HSBC went up. No, down. And Bank of Million went up. So our four big ups in the top 8 that were in trillions of dollars were JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and the Bank of New York Million. So those might be some of our top banks to be keeping an eye on. I've had for a long time JP Morgan and Bank of America on my list. Wells Fargo kind of made my list, I don't know, a couple months back. But the Bank of New York, not even, that one wouldn't have made my list. Seen a little bit of bounce up here after having tripped SSR on Ape. Did bounce off that and came back up to meet the simple moving average for the Bollinger Bands there. This is going to be usually when they crash and stick price, right? Now that is a crashing of the price, and now they're going to try and stick price here at about $2.52. This is where they're going to want to try and reduce the amount of volatility. So they're going to try and trade it sideways while they reduce volume. Volume so far this morning traded was pretty high most of the minutes, but starting to settle under 60,000 shares traded a minute on Ape. On AMC, very, very similar kind of situation over there. Still trading in the 100,000s range right now, but volume is definitely starting to decrease. And then, Doug, in regards to the question that you asked before we started the day-to-day, you asked about days, amount of days in a period of time. I don't track that ever. So, and I think it's irresponsible for me to be tracking that because I've seen there's so much variance in any of those cycles that it's pointless to track. I've tried to mention that on several occasions, but I don't track it and I won't track it because I think it's a waste of time to be tracking those kind of if you're looking for similarities, like if you're trying to look for like repeat offenders, and you see like longest periods of time or something like that, it seems to have no bearing whatsoever on anything. So I don't track periods of time. What's your thought on the Fed meeting today? What do you think they are discussing? It's actually, I think, well, I don't know. There's already an agenda. Apparently, this meeting was already set up, and there's already an agenda that was out there in regards to this, changing. Why it's an emergency meeting now, I have no idea. Nasir, I've heard that people have to. There is a setting someplace that you got to go sign up or sign a waiver to be able to invest in penny stocks. I think that's what Fidelity's considering it. So I think you have to, in order to be able to make trades, then you'd have to go and get that, sign that or click on that waiver. Oh, and if you're on margin accounts, that's I don't. Yeah, I've said for a long, long time, no margin accounts. Yeah, so check. I would call up Nasir. I would call up Fidelity and ask them to enable that for your account. Yeah, like I said, Doug, I don't look at the periods of time. They've never matched up, so I don't even look at them. And I'm not saying you were trying to say anything specific. It's just I don't like I've had so many times people ask me like, well, how many days was this and how many days was that? And it's like there's no rhyme or reason for why any of the periods of time or different periods are different lengths in time or shorter or longer. It's not really kind of one of those things where you look at it and say like, okay, well this is the reason why this period was long and so this period has to be long. There is no correlation to time. So I don't count days whatsoever. I just don't. I think it's irrelevant. I did. I put your price down already, Doug. I got you in already this morning. But I mean, based off the numbers that I've been tracking for a long time, I see no rhyme or reason whatsoever in those periods of time. In fact, I mean, you could have like a 2 day squeeze period and have like 40 something days in the period before, and it doesn't. There is no. There's nothing there. I mean, it is what it is. The numbers are the way they are. I have no idea how long the periods are going to last for, and even if the time frame before was longer or shorter, it doesn't have any reference on the futures. It could have a really short period or a really long period. In fact, we could have like a it could I've seen instances where we've seen oops, wrong one. There's been instances in the past where we've seen really long periods of suck and squeeze, and then 2 days of bang, or 3 days of bang or something like that. And it's just like there is no rhyme or reason why. Here's one right here. If you go back and you look at, for example, like one of the weirdest ones that we had was in November of last year. The squeeze portion of it lasted for 20 days. Was from 11:15 to 12:13, and then we had 3 days, 3 days of the bang, and that was it. And then 1 day for the blow. So I mean, there's literally no way to know. So time is not a reference. I don't track it. I mean, and as far as I'm concerned, one of them could last 120 days. Like you just have no idea if it's how long it's going to last for. Woodstock says, anybody want to mention the word haircut? Anyone? Rolo, you're in the money. If you've been holding 144 shares, you now have 288 shares because you have 144 APE and 144 AMC. I'm going to go ahead and remove that message for you, though, because I really think that it's irresponsible to put up what you have in here. Just for your own protection. We don't want anybody coming after you later. But, well, you said you owned them from 2020, so you should have gotten your APE shares. It was part of a dividend that was given out, and I don't know why you wouldn't have them. But the other part to that is that if you bought in 2020, you would have bought in at 20 or $2. I mean, at some point, or somewhere really close to around $2, if I recall correctly. Which means that you're actually still sitting pretty nicely right now, especially with the fact that um, you should have gotten a dividend of doubling of your shares. Uh, ah, gotcha. Well, I don't know what you'd be complaining about. I think you're doing pretty well for yourself if you got in at 2020. And not only that, but if you bought 144 shares at $2 a piece, you're looking at like 288 bucks that you've got on the line here. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot to a lot of people, but I think, if $288 investment lost, even if you lost everything, like that is probably one of the best learning lessons you could ever have in your life. But I don't think that's going to be the case. So, to be honest with you, like I have no idea why you're even like mentioning it. He didn't say it. He inferred it, didn't he? He did infer it. Maybe we'll assume that he gave it away to his nephew. He gave it away to his nephew. He inferred it. Oh, he did inform. Okay. Now, I'm sorry to say, Rolo, we do have two rules in this channel, and unfortunately, that's one of them that gets you removed. All right, I didn't see it. I missed it, guys. Roll out. Yeah, that makes no sense to me. That's like the weirdest that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard. It's really odd to me that somebody would say, I have 144 shares at $2 a share, and I hate this stock now. That's like the weirdest thing I've ever heard. Cost of borrow should be pretty high right now, Derek. I'll refresh it since we're getting pretty close to on the hour every hour. So let's give it a quick refresh and we'll take a look at it. Yep, cost of borrow is at 20.44. It's a little bit lower, I think, than what it was last week, if I recall off the top of my head. Yeah, last week I think it was running around like 28. But I know the fees are like way high today. It's really weird though, like somebody to come in and complain about $144 or sorry, $288 or $300 investment that they took 2 years ago. I don't know. It's just kind of weird, especially when it's up. It's kind of weird. MCon, I'm not making that call in regards to Credit Suisse going down. I don't know for a fact that they're going down, and all I'll say is that you'll know when they start walking out with their stuff in boxes. 2 weeks, Greg. 2 weeks. How's that? Why is the short interest of Ape so low? I thought it was starting with the same short interest. So Ketten, that's not how it works. Anybody who takes on a position with a dividend like we've had, they can pay in lieu of. They pay in lieu of all the short interest that they would have had to incur. So they didn't deliver shares; they delivered money. So there was no need for any of those hedge funds that had short interest out to pay anything in shares. So you don't see a short interest carry over. It's been one of the kind of the common misconceptions that I've seen out there. SSR already got tripped for the day today. It's where the red line is. I would expect to see some more downwards momentum, Bjork, until you start seeing margin calls, man. It's going to continue to move down further and further and further until you get those margin calls. I wouldn't expect anything in positive movement on this stock until you start seeing margin calls. There's no way that they're going to let this thing breathe until they are forced to. So buckle up. Savvy says it looks like a lot of new people. It's possible. What is your take on why failure to deliver has dropped to 342,000? And if that's in reference to, I'm assuming that you're talking about with, that's got to be for Ape. Hold on a second. Let me just check something real quick here. Make sure yeah, that's what you're talking about. Refresh. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're talking about Ape. Let me just check real quick here, though. Yeah, that's got to be Ape. All right, so in regards to Ape, sorry, I had to switch something real quick here just so I could see if that's what you were talking about. In regards to Ape, there were shares that were lent out, and those shares were returned. Now, if you want to know why shares were being able to be found, is because people have been selling their shares of Ape. If you go and you look, historically speaking, there are people selling off their Ape positions. So until we find paper, until we get rid of those paper hands completely, we're not going to continue to start seeing a rising amount of on loan amounts that are going up. As it stands right now, I think we just hit like 69% utilization, which means that they've still got another 30% to go on borrowed shares. And there are some days where we get borrowing out of Ape. SSR for the day today is 2.439. No, Woodstock. You just need to see, really what you just need to see is you need to see their collateral disappear. I think, I don't know, I'm a little iffy on whether or not Bitcoin's going to go down first, or if we're going to see Ape and AMC run first a little bit and then see Bitcoin drop. But oh yeah, I forgot to show you guys this. Adam sent me something this weekend. He sent me a message and he's like, do you think there's a chance we might see Bitcoin start rising in price here really soon? And so let me take you guys over here real quickly because I actually had not zoomed out this far back to see this. But there is a massive, massive descending wedge here. Now, typically speaking, on a wedge that, especially this long, this goes all the way back to like essentially a year ago. This starts a year ago, and this wedge is just absolutely massive, and you can see it starting to hug the top of the top edge here of the wedge. Now, typically speaking, you guys have seen me draw this before. I'll draw breakout boxes that occur where you see levels of Fibonacci retracements that tend to support price, right? So you have a support line, a support fib at 19.2, and they're absolutely just hugging that support line there, trying to hope that this thing will break past this so that they can get this to start running upwards. I don't think that's going to happen, and so we're really and what's crazy is that the support, or I mean the upper edge of this line has been supported on a couple different occasions, right? So this is the start of it. Comes down and finds support right here, or I should say resistance, and then coming down, and you can see here's another touch point right here. So you got 3 touch points along the line, and then as you come down into the last final days here, to where we're either going to see this hold support and break upwards. I think we've already broken down below the level of support though. So I really tend to think that we're within just a couple days here of seeing one way or the other. Bitcoin's going to do one. It's going to do something. We're probably about 1 to 3 days tops away from seeing Bitcoin being forced into either running north or running south, one of the two. But I really do think that that's going to start moving here very, very soon. Sorry about that. Got a couple different pages mixed up there. So I hadn't actually seen that. I was not looking that far out. I was looking more at a shorter term where I was seeing the head and shoulders. So do you foresee a cover or close of short positions? Corbin, it would be, I see covering. There's always closing of short positions happening on a daily basis. In fact, I could even tell you, well, I usually give you the numbers from a day-to-day basis, but like for last Friday, I'm estimating about 360,000 shares in closed short positions from Friday on AMC. Not really any change on Ape, however. Woodstock, you can be winning at 3 right? But you have to, well, first off, if positions were opened at 3, aren't they winning in that scenario? So in regards to Ape, the answer to that question is in some cases yes, and in some cases no. It depends on when the expiration date was. There's a lot of different factors. But the question that you really have to ask yourself is are they closing positions or opening positions? And are you seeing it stacking or dropping? And as of right now on Ape, you see short interest starting to drop a little bit. But Ape's not really where all the short interest is that we should care more about the short interest that's on AMC. That's the short interest that really makes the difference. We didn't need a market crash when we ran to 70. What's different about this time? Right now, it's all about who's in control of the money. And in June of last year, or May, I should say, of last year, we had a gamma squeeze because of a options buildup that caused price to rise to that value. Gammas are not in control. We don't have any positions right now in options where we can have a gamma squeeze any longer. That's been taken away as of November. And you can see it. If you go back to November and you look at it, hedge funds started going long on AMC back in November. They lost control. It's now our brokers who are the ones that are control of price, and they're absolutely controlling price to make sure that as many derivatives as possible can collect on premium from the derivatives. So in regards to having the ability to cause a gamma squeeze at this point is not a possibility. There's no way we're going to cause a gamma squeeze to occur. So the only other way that you're going to be able to get a squeeze at that point is through a loss of collateral in the market, to where positions are forced into covering. Eric says, I have a feeling they are going to fake out, break out, and dump Bitcoin back to AMC. I mean, Eric, that's kind of what it looks like, right? It's nearing the top edge that if they fake out the Bitcoin break up, they'll probably get a ton of people to bag hold in there and into Bitcoin, break it upwards, say like 20, 21, maybe even 22, and then just drop the crap out of it overnight when people aren't watching. When the DD was originally presented, it was based on a crash, but now the only was we rise is if it's a crash. That's not the only way we rise. If the market legitimately were to have a rally where it became a bull market again and it started turning around Woodstock, then AMC would probably run with it. Yeah, I'm expecting to see a little bit of a upwards movement today. Yeah, absolutely, Woodstock. See, the problem is that everybody has been saying gamma, 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 gamma. It's the only way you get a squeeze to occur. It's not true. Squeezes can occur in a lot of different fashions. There's different things that can set a squeeze off. A gamma is usually one of the first things that you see, but doesn't have to be the first thing that causes it. In other words, like if you had a need for collateral and hedge funds had to close their positions, right? If they were forced into covering, which is called covering, if they were forced into covering, A lot of people would see it as a gamma squeeze, and the reason they would say that is because they would look at price running upwards and they would see the gamma occurring. Because there's always going to be derivatives out there that are open. They're going to cause a push. The market wants to make money. The market always wants to make money, so it's always going to open up new call positions when it starts to run in price. So a lot of people would see that and not actually see the fact that there's covering, forced covering happening, and they would see the price running up and say, "Oh, look, it's a gamma squeeze because all the call options are making money." Well, why did they start making money? They didn't the call options didn't just automatically start pushing the price up. It came from someplace. Somebody had to force had to start force buying in the market. Yes, Tech we love. We did hit a new all-time high on the reverse repo on Friday. No, Harry Parrot, as far as the time frame goes, um, I think it looks pretty standard from what we saw last time when it dropped from 60 down to. Well, let's go back to the chart real quick and look at it. If you go back and you look at this chart here, when we fell from the high of 48.224, when we fell down here, and then it actually took. Let's see, we had it. This is basically a pennant, flagpole pennant situation here, very close to it. And if you notice, the pennant on this should have only lasted probably this period of time right here, but it took longer. And then you'll notice that the price dropped back down. Then it started forming a head and shoulder situation. Even this head on this thing, uh, I thought it was actually going to take a little bit longer. It went quickly, but then at the end of this, you see where it starts to, it's like kind of like taking longer than it should have taken. Well, if we go back to the very, very top at 60, did the same thing. Exactly the same thing. We had the very, very top at 69, right? You had the head and shoulders, and the trailing shoulder should have ended right here. But look how much further out it went before finally dropping out of this. So as far as like holding on, I have no idea. Why these head and shoulder patterns take longer than anticipated, but they seem to take a little bit longer every single time. So, it is, here we are again. Next time, head and shoulders, same head and shoulder pattern, and it's just taking a little bit longer. But I do also agree that I think this is probably going to break out going north just a little bit before actually like a fake breakout up, up to maybe even as high as like maybe 22 before falling back down in and to the next new low of maybe around 13K. Oops. Let's get numbers going here. Ketten says, at the moment, there are no setup for a gamma squeeze. I would agree, and there shouldn't be. We don't need to cause a gamma. The market will do it all on its will, all on its will, all on its own. The market's here to make money, and if the market sees an opportunity to make money, it will do it. Harry Parrott says, so they are just extending their algo out to accumulate. I don't know, man. That's a good question. I don't know. Manchi says I only own 10 shares. Same here. I thought that's all I thought we all agreed 10. That was it. All right. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. Speaking of centering our emotions, let's take a look at the numbers and see what they're pointing towards. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to set it up for your account to help protect yourself. While you're setting it up, make sure you put in a secondary phone number just in case you need to have that number, that code sent someplace else other than your primary phone number. Since this is the first rundown of the day today, I'm going to cover all the numbers in detail, and then we do like a shorter version every hour on the hour. Alrighty. Whew, I got the highest numbers here today. So starting on the top left-hand side, actually, before I start this, let me just transfer a couple pages over here real quick. Give me just 1 second. Do that, this. And one more. Which one? That one. Alrighty. Starting the top left-hand side, this is just 4 apes trying to figure out what price is going to be for the day, every single day. I'm wearing my Nirvana shirt today, guys, by the way. Nirvana. Price prediction tallies for last week. I actually got, I won last week. I got the tiebreaker. Monty actually had the closest average price, but he had missed a single day, so he was not in the contention for tiebreaker. But we did really well. Like I said, I think everybody's been doing a much better job at getting points, almost nearly 5 points every week, except for me. I'm probably the worst at it. So anytime I win, that's an irregularity. But price predictions for the day-to-day, and this is not financial advice, is just 4 guys trying to give like an estimated price on where we think it's going to head to. I got 9 to 12. Eric has 870 to 1170, 878 to 1178 for keto, and Monty's got 801 to 1101. Doug's got 875 to 1175 as an alternate, and so yeah, Monty's got the lowest, and I've got the highest price point range, and we've got everything covered from 801 to $12. That is for the combined price of AMC and APE, which is currently sitting at 929. Short exempt volume for AMC was up to 388.7 thousand shares and doubled on APE to 180.3 thousand shares. Utilization, by the way, SSR did trigger for the day today on APE. Utilization's at 100%. That's day number 164. 164 straight trading days of 100% utilization for AMC. APE is at 69.29. Nice. AMC was down on Friday by 1.83% and APE down 6.55%. Max pain for AMC for the week this week is $8. We'll see if that holds true, considering what prices dropped down to since market open here in just a minute with the options. Off exchange. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see off exchange, which is sitting right here next to me. I would expect about 44% in the off exchange and somewhere between 10 and 11% through the EDGX. Let's see what those numbers are currently. 56.9 through the off exchange and 12.14 through the EDGX for a grand total 69.04% of our total volume going through those two off exchanges. That is nice. That's a lot. I think normally I would say somewhere around like 55% would be normal. This is like 15%, almost 15% higher, 14% higher. That's a lot. It's a lot of price discovery being hidden there. On APE, same numbers that would apply. We've got 63.03% of our volume going through off exchange and 13.92 going through EDGX for a grand total of 76.95, over 3/4 of all of our volume going through those two exchanges. Price discovery heavily being hidden through those off exchanges. Taking a look at institutional share ownership this morning was at 154.057 million. Let me refresh that to see if it's the same, and it does appear to be. Taking a look at Ortex. Actually, we'll go back to Ortex when I look at it live when we do the charting on it. So we'll skip straight over to the options and see where the heaviest amount of options are being placed at for AMC only, because we are on to monthlies now for APE. Highest amount of volume for options is a $7 strike price for calls. That's where it was last Friday, and there's currently 3.9 thousand contracts. On puts, it's at $6.50, which is a half a dollar less than what it was Friday, and there's 1.3 thousand contracts. Market signaling for like a closing price on AMC somewhere between 6.5 and 7. Taking a look at the futures for APE, or AMC1, I should say. The next point that we have out for expiration dates is October 21st. And to me, like the first highest level of calling volume that's seen is kind of at a combined price of like 15, which obviously we're well off of. But if you come over here and you look at the puts, there's like 10.7 thousand contracts at 15. At 10, there's 11.7, and at 8, there's 11.2. Those are all in the money. So if there was a max pain level, it looks to me, in 2 weeks from now, it looks to me like it might be somewhere probably around like $11 or $12, if I had to guess. Alrighty, taking you guys over to the other page. Oh, I think, 1 second. Combined price of AMC and APE is at $9.32. We did get what looked like a little George W going on here. Not a whole lot of price movement upwards since then, but we do have. I'll get rid of some of this other data that I've got in here. Just want to clean this up just a tad bit. So it looks to me like they were trying to drop price down below. Wait, what is this? I can't even tell. No, $9.18. The support line here at 9.18 for the combined price doesn't look like it passed. So we're getting some consolidation here between 9.18 and 9.58. We'll have to see what happens next here. I'm gonna hold judgment on this until a little bit later. I need to see just a little bit more data. I think it does kind of seem, as of right now, that we have an ascending parallel channel, which should be bearish. When it breaks out. That's for the combined price of AMC and APE. Taking a look at Ortex data for AMC. There's your utilization for 164 straight trading days being 100%. On loan amount did decrease slightly from day over day, about 1.1 million shares decrease to 185.77 million shares. Actually, let me refresh this real quick, guys. I just want to make sure I get the most accurate data here. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so on loan amount decreasing day over day by about 1.1 million. I'm estimating about 360,000 of that was in closed short interest. On loan average age per day rose, even though they closed out loans 1.1 million in loans. The age rose, which means that they closed out more than likely medium to short-term new loans. And security lending volume increasing day over day from 5.28 million to 6.4. The estimated short share interest of the free float pretty much almost holding even day over day. So far for this morning, we're seeing about 488,000 shares having been borrowed. With that's going to slightly raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.23%. Cost of our average is at 20.68, and shares on loan again is at 185.77 million shares. Taking a look at APE, so far for the day today, there's 57,000 shares having been borrowed, which is not a whole lot. It's not going to really have any effect on short share interest of the free float, which is showing at 7.38%. Cost of our average at 5.59. Shares on loan, 24.41 million shares day over day. Utilization sitting at dropping from 77.38 to 69.29. On loan amount decreasing very fractionally. It was basically like 10,000 shares decrease. So I pretty much put no change on that one. Estimated short share interest of the free float pretty much staying even from 7.39 to 7.39. And security lending volume was up 6.5 to 8.11 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. First one on my list is Ape, sitting here with 53% buy to 46% sell ratio. I'd like to see it a little bit higher. AMC is the next one on the list with a 65% to 34% buy to sell ratio. GME coming in with a really nice 70% buy to 29% sell ratio on the list. So all three stocks are in the top 30. SSR is not tripped for AMC for the day-to-day. It triggers at $6.27. Shares available to borrow. Holy moly, they did return a bunch of shares this morning. Man, they have gone on a massive borrow run today. Just massive. So the ETFs came back in, went up right straight over to the available amount of shares, and then they almost immediately borrowed 225,000 of those. Nope, 225. Strike that. Let's just take it full 300,000. Only returns to the ETFs since then, though. So we're looking at 850,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's much higher than what we're used to seeing as of recent. Fees have gone down, though, however, from 21.6% down to 19% for the day today. The Nasdaq is up 1.53, Dow Jones is up 2.19, and the S&P 500 is up 2.03. The market is cooking with bacon grease because it looks pretty tasty, with 4,915 advancers to 1,811 decliners. VIX is down 4.71%, but still above 30. VTI is up 2.04. IWD is up 2.35. Tesla is down 6.65. Amazon is up 1.17. Cinemark is up 2.15. Doge is up 1.68, Bitcoin is up 1.8, GME is down 1.11, HYMC is up 8.19. That's gold, doing well. Hood is down 2.48, NCMI is down 3.13, Ape is down 4.06 after having tripped SSR for the day today, and AMC is down 2.03%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC is currently showing about $1.4 million more in outflow than inflow, with 6.76 million shares traded for the day today so far. Let's check and see what kind of pace we're on. After 57 minutes of trading, we're on pace for 46.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million shares. I think we're on pace for it. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.56, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.29, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.46, which is just slightly above average. And on APE, we've got roughly about $100,000 more inflow than outflow, with 4.43 million shares traded for the day so far. It's pretty quick pace for that one. After 8 minutes of trading, we've got about 29. It's on pace for 29.7 million shares to be traded by the end of the day today. I said earlier in the pre-market that there was a likelihood that we would see some not excessive, more than what we're used to seeing in volume on Ape. However, I didn't expect it to be too much more than 13 to like a real tight window was like 10 to 15 million. But my prediction for this morning was 5 to 25 million. So I think we'll hit the prediction. How high or how far that drops will all be based off of how low they decrease volatility in the market and reduce volume throughout the day. On the hourly, we have more we got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.07, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.62, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.94, which is just about average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto for both AMC and APE. So price is officially above the conversion, but below the base. Conversion is below base. Lagging line is below price line. We've got a ways to get back up to the cloud. We do have a thinning portion of the cloud starting tomorrow. But we do have quite a ways to build this back up. What we would have to see AMC or APE rather hit is somewhere, I think, around $3.06 is going to be a buy point from outside investors. So be looking for 306 if that's a possibility. That does seem to be quite a ways up from where we're at right now at 2.6 per share. On the 4-hour, I've got another level of buying support that I'm kind of seeing right here at about $3.40. But again, lagging line below price line, conversion below base, price below the cloud. AMC. On the hourly, lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. One of the first levels of support or more buying pressure that I see from outside investors would be $7.30. We're currently at $6.81. Another, and we do have a thinning portion of the cloud today and tomorrow. Taking a look at the 4-hour. Again, lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base. Not really seeing any outside investor help coming in at this point here. Not at least until we hit that 730 range or possibly even 880. Well, those would be two of the points that I'm seeing as like heavy levels of support for buying. Does look to me like we have a little bit of a wedge going on here. Difficult to say on wedges which way they're going to break. We do have rising price with what appears to be, for the most part, flatlined volume. Let's see where the trend line is on the trend channel is on this. Trend channel is pointing at the bottom side, which means it could break out going up. Difficult to say on these though. On Ape, same kind of thing going on here. Trend channel on this is pointing to the top, meaning that this may break going down. We do have rising price and what appears to be very obvious falling volume, which does indicate also the chances are more than likely to head down through this box when it gets there. May see a triple test of 2.439, which is where SSR was. You can already see that we hit it once and broke it, came back and retested 2.439, which is our SSR tripping point for the day-to-day. There's a very strong possibility that we see this trade sideways and head back down and test it at least once more. If there's buying support that's too heavy at that price, then you'll see it retreat off of that and then perhaps maybe run, depending upon how much buying pressure there is. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. CPE says, make sure you take pics and videos of your accounts. I had an issue today. Jose says Kim Kardashian got slapped by the SEC. Yeah, somebody was saying earlier it was like 1 point something million dollars when she made 12. 10% fine. So, and that was something that I kind of mentioned too. I said, well, cryptocurrency is not regulated, or at least it's not supposed to be. I thought that's what we wanted. Roseanne said, and she loved it. Oh my goodness, Roseanne. Antics says, have you seen the SNL skit making fun of the AMC and Nicole Kidman commercials? I did. I did see that. Yeah. You know what they say? Publicity is. Hold on a second. I just want to make sure this. Okay. Hold on a second. I didn't realize my stuff wasn't back up on the screen here. Publicity is always about just getting into people's view. It doesn't matter if it's necessarily good or bad. Sometimes it's just letting people know that it exists, that there's an issue there. So the fact that that made it out to lots of different people to see, I'm all right with it. Plus, if you can't laugh, what's the point? I always did think it was kind of weird people were saluting the thing, though. That is definitely, I can imagine being somebody in the movie theater and then seeing a bunch of people, like not knowing what's going on, seeing a bunch of people standing up and saluting to Nicole Kidman would be a little awkward to say the least. So it's funny because it's true. CPE says my Ape account was down 300 from what it should have been today. I called and it was corrected. That's good. Yeah, taking screenshots of your accounts almost on a daily basis might not be a bad idea. AP, I gave you credit earlier this morning on showing me that that Bitcoin wedge. Thank you again for showing that to me. Yeah, SNL is a comedy show. Casey, I missed the audio for Ape on the box you put up or down break. I heard AMC was what was Ape? Missed the audio for the in regards to what price? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't usually say anything about the box usually, other than just putting it up there. Tasu says any publicity is good publicity. That's what I'm saying. No, 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 Aaron. There's legit been people who stand up and salute, who've been saluting the Nicole Kidman thing. I've seen plenty of uh, I've seen people doing it in pictures on Twitter. AP, I don't care, man. It don't matter. I don't know, Yale. I honestly don't know if it's NBC or not. I think it is. Jabib says, "I wish more actors would promote AMC. It's their livelihoods. However, do it for free. Like they should. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. So I'm kind of surprised. Although I feel like, in a way, I feel like that's like baseball players like going out and supporting uh, the hot dog stands. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine like you like actually it's actually it's a brilliant idea, but they should have the baseball players that are injured or on their disabled list going out and sitting next to the hot dogs, and if you buy a hot dog, you get a signature. Like force them to go sign stuff if they're gonna be on the injured list. Throw them up there, make them sign stuff, and cause your revenue for your hot dog sales to go up. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? Like it does seem to make sense. Casey, the box on Ape, not AMC break up or down with trend. I don't know I don't know what you mean, man. The box on Ape. What about it? What about the box on Ape? What do you want to know about it? It's the time frame is from 10:53 to 11 o'clock, and it's got a price range from 263 down to 251. I don't, I don't know. I can't. This is a visual thing, man. I'm all visual. I'm not a word person. So if you're looking for extra words, I'm a visual person. Sorry. Fidelity is doing nefarious shit again. I tried direct routing my orders on Ape and it was rejected, so I bought one Ape share through FDLM and it was filled right away. It could be because there is no shares to be purchased. I mean, that's a possibility. What if they just don't have any shares on the lit market to actually sell? Woodstock says, I never imagined going to jail over this play. Why would you go to jail? What did you do? The actors are probably afraid of being sought out and punished by big institutions if they go out and push AMC. See, now there might be something to that. There definitely could be. Plus, there's the SAG, right? Screen Actors Guild, and I would imagine that there's probably something in their contracts that prevents them from being able to do um, like promotional stuff without. I don't know. I would imagine that there's probably some kind of conflict of interest there or something that they probably, being a part of the Screen Actors Guild, they may be prevented from being able to do that. Grandpa Barney says, if they gotten us to $1 yet, I'm ready to pounce. Wait. Grandpa Barney, here you go. I've got Bobblehead Ross here to speak to you.
Let's get crazy. What the heck? Take a 2-inch brush. This is your bravery test.
He's always so smart. Hold on a second. How the heck does he get so? How does he get it? He nails it like every time. Like there's like 10 different sayings for him to say. And every damn time it's the right one. Oh, he wants to know if Ape will break up or down in the drawn box. Oh, well, I didn't understand that part. Yeah, I'm totally missing what you're typing. It's really kind of hard to say on the up or down break on Ape. We do have rising price. Hold on a second, let me draw it out again here. We have rising price and falling volume, which is usually a break to the bottom side. Not always, but that's what it suggests. Wedges are difficult to predict, and so anytime you ever see a wedge, man, I got to cough again. Anytime you see a wedge, it's really difficult to predict which way it's going to go. So, and the boxes are really just more or less like they're kind of like suggested breakout points. Not necessarily, they're not always on, as you're probably about ready to see here in just a second on. Hold on. As you're about ready to see here on AMC, I think I need to go grab some water. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go grab some water. I'll be right back, guys, because otherwise I'm just gonna cough accidentally into the microphone. And it's gonna suck. I'll be right back. Oh man. All right. I don't know what to tell you, Doug. I can't help you with the bot. I don't know what there's like you're asking for so many specifics. Like I can't. This is a C show, not a not a hear show. It's really difficult for me to give like complete specifics on every single thing, man. This is really kind of one of those plays where it's like it's a buy and hold kind of thing. It's not like know where it's at every single minute of the day. I mean, it helps for some people if they want to pick like a entry position or something like that. But man, I'm surprised this cough got to me so bad. Yeah, man, I love you too. I don't normally give out like time boxes and everything on everything. It's just like it's so monotonous to like have to go through and like actually like give out like time frames and price points like I mean it's there's so much information here. It's really kind of a see thing. And if you can't see it, then it's you're gonna have to I don't know, man. It's just it's there. Get somebody else to watch the screen for you and play it out. Tell them to play it out. All right, so we did break on AMC down. It was right after my box that I had drawn out here on AMC, and it is breaking downwards. We did have rising price on AMC with what appears to be falling volume, which makes sense. Also, the trend channel on that one point is pointing towards the bottom, which is suggesting a breakout to the top, but that's not what occurred at all. It's not always a like I said before, on these wedges, it's really difficult to kind of predict which way it's going to go. So you're kind of looking for like the two things that I go for is it rising price or falling price? Is it rising or falling volume? And then try to give it get an idea for whether it's a bullish or bearish move. And then trend channels help as well. It looks like AMC or Ape rather is about ready to break out of its box. It's like actually breaking out right at the box and is also heading down as well. So we may see this may be the reversal in the market, and the third attempt perhaps maybe at that 2.439 on Ape. I'm not mean, Doug. It's just there's like so much. Like there's like I can't sit there and like talk about like the minutes on the boxes and stuff like that. It's like just too much, man. That's a lot. Jordan's or not Jordan. Jabib says market is exploding. We're getting stepped on, and we will continue to get stepped on until we see those margin calls roll in. It's not going to be any. It's been the same thing from day one. Been saying for a long time that I really felt like a market crash is what was going to happen. We would head down with the market until those margin calls come in. So it's more or less just sit back and relax and watch things happen. Thor bladed. I don't know. That's a great question. There is the Fed website, which I can give you. I can give you that a link to that. It could. I'm just looking to see if there's like anything on there. I don't know that you'll necessarily get anything from this link that I'm about to give to you. I don't. It says here. says here the selected interest rates meeting is at 4:15 p.m., which is going to be 3:15 my time, but 15 minutes after the market closes. But I'll give you the link to. Actually, I don't know. Let me see here. It's supposedly a closed door meeting, so my guess is that there probably will be nothing reported whatsoever. I think when they close the doors, you're not going to be able to see what it is they're talking about. 2 weeks, Aaron. I have no idea when, man. There's no way for me to know. Thorblade is getting funny over here. I want to know what's going on in Antarctica and why they're and what are they hiding. You're gonna tell me these countries don't agree on anything, but for that one thing, no one breaks the treaty or the fly zones. I have never even looked into that. Well, where's the money gonna come from, Jabibs? And it's not a dumb question. What stops the Fed from infusing banks with money to avoid the margin calls? The question is where are they going to get the money from? Ketten says, what if there are no margin calls? Then we're going to end up seeing the market run if that's the case, right? You're not going to see margin calls if the market runs. And if the market runs, we're going to run with it. There's no way of knowing, Turtle. Absolutely no way of knowing. Actually, ape volume is actually pretty high compared to what we're used to seeing, Kolya. So I'm not sure where you're getting that information from, but I want to say like the last time that we've been on this high of a pace may have been on the 26th of September. We normally average somewhere. Actually, I wonder. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up here real quick and see. The average 3-month volume is 20.84 million, but that's because it counted a lot of the first couple days of volume. If you do like an average look at the volume on Ape over like the last 2 weeks, it's been most of the time. I want to say it's been under 10 million. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the last trading days. We've had over 10 million volume. The prior 7 days to that was volume all less than 10 million. I would say since the 6th of September, we've had more days under 10 million in volume than days that we've had above 10 million. So, and right now, as it stands for the day to day, we're probably going to hit 15 or higher. So I would say the volume is actually pretty good. Lupe says, "Hey Casey, have you heard from anyone having issues trying to buy Ape through Fidelity?" Yes, I have. We've had several people mention that this morning. I tried to buy 50 shares Fidelity and today, but the alert says because it's under $3, must wait 2 to 4 days before we buy. I have seen where people have been having delays when they deposit their money. It has to be settled before they can buy into it. That is kind of one of the new ones that's been going around as well, whereas not necessarily always been the case in the past. Where do they always get the money? Taxpayers. Yeah, well, if bailouts are coming, banks are going to be required to do something as well, and you know what that something is. There's no way they just bail them out without not forcing them into a situation where they have to start collecting as well. Yeah, I know, Lupe. We've been seeing $3 as the reason before in the past. That in the last week or so, people have been getting that same kind of errors on at $3. Um, Leon, I'm not afraid of the digital currency, but I am there are things that I think are bad about it. Really, really bad inherently about it. One of the things that I think is kind of odd, though, is that I think it's weird to me that people are afraid of the digital currency when most people live off of their debit and credit cards anyways. And there's no difference between a digital currency and your debit card. It is exactly the same thing. There's zero difference. And so it's just odd to me. I know there are people out there who pay only in cash, but I feel like they're the exception and not the rule. So, in regards to like there being like uh, social monitoring and how you're spending your money and whatnot with a digital currency, I think that there's going to be problems with that as well. Um, but they already have that ability. I mean, they really totally honestly already have that ability when you're using your debit card. Well, I don't know whoever sold you that one, Jose. You wouldn't have heard that from me. The difference to me is the social credit component. Right. That's what I was saying. That social, or also not even that too. Your your social credit score. Right. And I think that's what you're talking about. If you, I mean, if you, I don't know if any of you guys watch Black Mirror or not, but there's actually a really funny episode in there where this lady's, trying to get to a wedding to be a bridesmaid or something like that, and your social credit score that you have is dictates what you can do and what you can't do in life. And man, that looked like it sucked. Hold on a second. Well, that's a Doug in real life. That's the part that actually kind of excites me a little bit about the digital currency is a blockchain. It would stop a lot of the crime that we're seeing, especially in the marketplace, if you had a digital currency attached to everything, because everything would be able to be tracked. And so all this like fake crap that's going on with synthetic shares in our marketplace, you could essentially eliminate that stuff from happening. But at the same time, though, as somebody else mentioned, being able to block you from being able to purchase certain things or whatnot based off of scores. I mean, I don't know, man. We're heading towards a whole brand new era. Uh, Professor, it would take. There's a period of time. The answer to that is yes, but it takes time. I don't have the numbers. I don't have the dates and how long it takes for all that stuff off the top of my head. So, but I mean, there's stocks that trade under a buck for long periods of time. Yeah, Harry Parrot. There's a lot of new faces and new questions going on today for sure. Like Jose, welcome to the channel. it's interesting to me that Jose, let me ask you, do you hold AMC shares? And if you do, uh, why in the world would you speak negatively against what it is that you hold? And what would make you hold that position when you've seen in the past that it's been proven wrong? Yeah, Jeff says they're already using the social credit score in China. Yeah, I'm well aware of it. Now, Jose may or may not comment on that, but I think it's an interesting question, like why would you, if you hold ownership in a stock, why would you say something like that? But remember, guys, there's going to be a lot of actors who will come in and try to change narratives and subjects and just try to, put us onto things that are things that are going to cause division within our own communities. So that kind of stuff's going to happen, man. It's there's just some really bad actors in the community that and it's not our own community, it's people from outside. They're trying to infiltrate and basically cause, a lot of chaos. I'm going to tell you what, since Jose didn't say anything back, I'm going to just go ahead and let Jose go here, as that does kind of violate rule number 3. Unless Jose wants to respond to that. I'm going to go ahead and log in. I'm going to wait for Jose to respond. I'm going to give him a minute here to just respond real quickly. But otherwise, I'm going to just give him the big old kick because I know what he's here for. Let us vote first. Hey man, if it violates the rules, it violates the rules. I don't need to have a public vote on that. If you're here to harass people, then you just get a ban. And he's obviously here to just harass people. I know. It is really, really obvious. I think the best part is that we've had this community for so long that when we see these brand new names that just kind of show up all of a sudden and then start saying the things that they say, it's really pretty obvious. Yeah. All right, let me go ahead and log into my account real quick here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could prevent you from having somebody get into your account like Jose. And and while you're at it, you might as well set up your account for two-factor authentication with a second phone in case something should happen to your primary phone, and that way you can send your code to another source. All right, taking you guys. Wait, before I take you guys over the other screen, let's see. Did Jose put anything in here? Oh man, for a second I thought there Jose had put something in, but it's Tom D. Same color. Let's see. Ban them, then burn them. Jose's social score is now -10. All right, Jose. I'll tell you what. You guys watch out for me. I'll give Jose until the end of the. Nah. Screw it. Yeah, I agree. No. I'm not gonna give him another chance. I think he's had plenty of time. He can still watch though, guys. Just because he gets a ban doesn't mean he can't watch. Just means he can't type in the section. So he can listen all he wants to. But I won't accept harassment though. I think that's just ridiculous. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. Let me move a couple screens over. I'll take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see. It's one thing to like come in and like give like a point of view, like hey, I've got a short thesis on AMC, and I really think you guys are missing the point. The stock price has been failing for this long, and here's a trend chart that shows like why it's failing, and the company's not making it. It's not generating a positive net revenue enough to be able to cover its debt. If they want to throw all those kind of things at me, I'd be happy to take that on. I would not even come close to thinking about banning something like that, because I think those are legitimate things that every single one of us should know how to answer, or how to defend, and be able to understand what it is that we're seeing that's different than what it is that they're seeing. And I think those are important subject matters. But when somebody just says that we can't win because it's crime, it's just, you're just trying to get people upset. And it's just like, it's just dumb. Alrighty, let's take a look at the numbers here. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago it was 56. Well, I would expect to see about 49% going through, or sorry, not 49. Yeah, 49% going through off exchange, and 11 to 12% going through EDGX. Currently, AMC is sitting at 57.79 and 11.69, so the EDGX is pretty normal. But our grand total between those two off exchanges is 69.48. Nice. That is extremely high volume going through those two off exchanges. For APE, 63.03% of our volume through the off exchange, and 13.92 through the EDGX. Those numbers are both high. 76.95% of all of our volume is going through off exchanges. That's extremely, extremely high. For those of you guys who are placing orders through one exchange and not being able to get it to go through, and then are finding that you can get one through an off exchange, guess what? Maybe there's no shares out there to be able to buy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't give you any advice at all, but I think you know what that probably means. I don't know. I mean, you have to decide at that point whether it's worth it for you to have the share, if it's through an off exchange or not. Taking a look at Ortex data here, an hour ago on AMC, there was 488,000 shares having been borrowed. And if I ever get my internet to come through here, I'll tell you what it is now. This is so bad, guys. It's so bad. I so badly want to live in a place where I get real internet connection. I want to be a real boy. It's just so bad. It's horrible. Alrighty. As of an hour ago, it was 488,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 452. Not a whole lot of change there. That's not really going to do anything to the short share interest of the free float, which is 19.23%. Cost of our average is at 20.77. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down day over day by 1.1 million to 185.77 million shares on loan. 360,000 shares in short interest that was closed from Friday. And then on APE, as of an hour ago, there was, oh, son of a gun, I already updated that one. Hold on a second. On APE, as of an hour ago, there was 57,000 shares having been borrowed. It's still 57,000, no change. So the estimated short share interest of the free float probably didn't change. It's 7.4%. Cost of our average at 5.73. Day over day, there was not really any change on shares on loan. It went to the total amount of shares on loan at 24.41 million. And let's take a look at those options. Call volume at a $7 strike. An hour ago, there's 3.9 thousand contracts. There's now 6.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume at a $6 strike, which is down a $0.50 from an hour ago. At 6.5 an hour ago, there was 1.3 thousand contracts. There's now 1.7 at 6. Market kind of indicating that there may be a closing price somewhere between $6 and $7 for AMC. Combined price of AMC and APE currently at $9.32. We did come down and test that level of resistance at. I said resistance. I meant support. I don't know why, guys. I just say things sometimes. It just comes out of the mouth. it's like mouth diarrhea. 1.681. So the $9.18 seems to be a level of support on the combined price between Ape and AMC. We've seen 3 touches off of that so far for the day and rebounds. We'll tend to see we are in a ascending parallel channel, and it does look like to break down and touch that value. It was for a very brief moment, and then we're back inside that parallel channel again. We'll see if this channel holds. I have a feeling I might have to redraw something out here in the next hour when I look at this again. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is highest on the list with a 71% buy to 28% sell ratio. AMC's got 66% buy to 33% sell ratio. And I'm not rounding the numbers, guys. I'm just reading the first 2 digits. I know the numbers don't make sense, but and Ape is not. Oh no, Ape is ahead of GME. I missed it. Ape is up here. It's got 55% buy to 44% sell ratio. So AMC and GME have good numbers for buy-sell ratios. Ape is struggling a little bit right now. Could be potentially due to some of the reasons that some people are suggesting. Also, we see off-exchange values are extremely high for volume there. AMC has not triggered SSR. However, Ape did trigger SSR earlier this morning at 2.439. Trigger price for SSR on AMC would be at $6.27. Shares available to borrow in the last hour. Looks like only returns on the ETFs. The fees for borrowing are at 19%. NASDAQ is up 1.73, Dow Jones up 2.37, and the S&P 500 up 2.19. The market's cooking with bacon grease because it looks tasty with 5,180 advancers to 1,612 decliners. The VIX is down 5%, but still above 30. VTI is up 2.14. IWD is up 2.49. Tesla's down 8.15. Amazon is up 1.63. Cinemark up 1.73. Doge is up 1.56. Bitcoin up 2.07. GME is up 0.04. HYMC is up 8.54. Hood is down 1.83. NCMI is down 7.86. Ape is down 8.49. And AMC is down 1.74. Inflow versus outflow. Currently, we've got on AMC about $700,000 more in outflow than inflow, with 9.82 million shares having been traded so far for this morning after 107 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 35.79 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is really close to getting to within my target of 10 to 30 million that I predicted in pre-market. On the hourly, we've got more. That's hard to tell. I'm going to go with just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.99, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.44, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.78, which is slightly above average. On Ape, we have approximately $200,000 more in inflow than outflow for the day today, with 5.89 million shares having been traded so far, putting us on pace for 21.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We'll obviously come down throughout the day as the day goes on. I suggested 5 to 25 million. I think that 10 to 15 million might actually be pretty close when I kind of narrowed it down a little bit on volume this morning. On the hourly, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 21.39, which is signaling heavily oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.62, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.9, which is below average. Real quickly here, I want to capture the lowest price that we've hit so far for Ape, which is 2.42. 2.78 is what we would need to see for a reversal on this one. We did break out of the wedge like a minute before. Came back down, tested the 2.439 range again. Broke back up, kind of started to move past the simple moving average, but is finding support at $2.47. In order for us to not repeat that test one more time of 2.439, we're gonna have to find support at 2.47, which I do see some heavy orders for. You'll have to watch for yourselves on the spoofing. If you see these orders disappearing really, really quickly, as soon as they're hit, then you know that's spoofing. But I see a lot of high volume orders there to try and maintain price where we're at currently. So let's see what we got going on here. Where are we heading to? It does look like they're trying to put us on a bearish triangle. Which actually would be breaking out here fairly shortly from now, in the next couple minutes. That would have us pushing out of 2.439 into new lower levels of 2.439. We may be seeing the market switching here. Let's take a look at SPY, see if it's starting to kind of cool off here. Not quite yet, but it is kind of finding a peak here. And on AMC, we did break out like 1 or 2 minutes past my box downwards. Found some support right around $6.73 and started heading back up. All I'm going to really do on this one here is probably just change this. And this. I really feel like I'm going to need some more data, but we're already kind of moving past this point right here. We're breaking past 686. We'll probably see a little bit of a run here. I'm going to need some more time for some more data to see how much further up this is going to head on AMC. Let's check out the Bollinger Band. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Dana, good morning. Trying to read through what it is you guys are saying here. I'm not sure. I have to scroll back up to see what TJ was saying before that. Hold on a second. I'm gonna scroll up just a little further. If Adam Aaron needs to dilute Ape to save AMC, and everyone knows that, who's going to buy Ape? Everyone knows it will be diluted. So why would they buy in? I feel like some people may feel, TJ, that the dilution that occurs on there will help price to run. So I think some people feel that buying shares of Ape will help. Now, normally, I believe. Hold on a second. Let me look something up real quick here. Hmm. I'd have to do some investigating into it, but to see if my statement was actually true before I said it. So, but I think, speaking, because there's better rights, and oftentimes there's more benefits for preferred stocks, that even though that there's a possibility of dilution, the dilution could potentially get or force buying. And the other part to that too is that Adam Aaron has actually stated that they're going to have control of price, quantity, and timing of these sales. So if they decide to sell these shares at an elevated price, then you could potentially see the price start running. I'm We're good, Javi. I'm gold. I'm golden, man. I'm here for the long haul. But I think that's probably the reason why a lot of people may see that as like and the other thing too is those shares can always be converted as well. So I think a lot of people are seeing that as like the ability to have. I mean, they come with voting rights. I don't know if preferred stock normally has voting rights. I don't know. I'd have to look into that to see. But our preferred shares do. So, and that's always a benefit as well. And I didn't tell you that, Shauna. Don't start that with me. I said they're equally important. Keeping the buying pressure is equally important on both AMC and APE. I did suggest that if you went to a convenience store to buy milk versus a grocery store, you might find one's cheaper than the other, and that may help you to in a decision into which one you would buy. But ultimately, it is your choice. If you're going to buy AMC or APE or any other stock, it's always your choice. Jabib says AMC needs to fly before conversion. So I had somebody ask. There was somebody that was posting something on Reddit. Oh shoot, I forgot to put the stuff back up there. Sorry about that. Somebody was asking on Reddit about something having to do with which one will squeeze first. And I've talked to you guys about squeeze cakes. If you're going to have the ingredients for a squeeze cake, what ingredients do you need to have? Some of the more important ingredients, which let me pull up my notes again here because I always forget which one's which. Give me a second. That's it. I'm making it a goal this next weekend to sort through my notes and make sure I've got these in order. All right, cake baking ingredients for MOASS. MOASS cake, squeeze cake. We'll call it squeeze cake. Buying volume is number one on the list, and that's flour. Holding, which can be seen through OBV, is milk. Synthetic shares is butter. Short interest is sugar. Utilization is eggs, and cost to borrow is baking powder. Now, there's other things. There's other ingredients as well, like frosting and things that would take to cook the cake, right? Like heat and whatnot, time, pressure, because pressure is a thing. But there's a lot of different factors in baking a squeeze cake. But what I would suggest is that if you look at the right ingredients that you would need to make a squeeze cake, and you look at short interest, utilization, and cost to borrow on APE, those numbers are not where we need. We don't need a squeeze cake to have very low short interest. We want high short interest on a squeeze cake. We want high utilization on a squeeze cake. We want high amounts of cost to borrow on a squeeze cake. While we have those things, we also want to have high amounts of synthetic shares. We want to have a lot of buying and holding going on, and part of buying and holding is buying volume. So those are all some of the main ingredients that you need to a squeeze cake. And if you were to look at those ingredients, compare AMC and APE together, and say, okay, well, does APE have squeeze ingredients that equal a squeeze? And the answer to that is not entirely, because the short interest isn't there. The utilization is down. There's still more utilization to go on it, and cost of borrow is low. So the squeeze potential is not as high as AMC. So, but could APE run in price if AMC runs up in price as well? Absolutely. It's part of the same company. So you don't necessarily need to have APE to run up in price on its own. The catalyst of APE or AMC running could be the catalyst that would drive APE price up as well. Sean, I can't. I can't. No financial advice here. Jabib says, in my opinion, AMC needs to go first. Great incentive to buy Ape, then due to future conversion. I mean, that's how I kind of see it, Jabibs. Shauna says we should all buy one AMC every day for the rest of my life. It sounds like a fun idea. Howie Frog says, regardless of the squeeze, I like the direction the company is headed, and Adam Aaron talks like a normal person who's connected to ground level. I agree. And HYMC, by the way, has ran over 10.34% for the day today. Let me just check something real quick with HYMC. So I actually didn't know this about gold. While gold in itself of the price has not necessarily gone skyrocketing upwards yet. Apparently, if you just went to go buy gold right now, like if you wanted to go buy actual gold, you would end up paying a much higher premium for the gold up front. So even though the gold prices aren't rising, the amount that you're paying for that actual physical gold is already higher than what the going rate is. And not only that, but apparently there's already shortages on some precious metals as well. So I was learning about that this weekend in a space call that I was listening to, which I thought was kind of interesting. I um, hadn't really paid attention, I guess, to some of those things. What happens when the news comes out that Adam Aaron has raised $1 billion from the sale of Ape? I mean, first off, Neo, my very first question I think that runs through my mind when you say that is how many shares did it take them to do it in? That would be my very first question because if he actually brokered a deal for $1 billion off of let's say 100 million Ape shares, I would say like it's not that great of a deal. So that would be my very first question is how many shares? And I think that would probably be a question the whole market would want to know too as well. I think that would definitely play an impact as to um, what Ape is really, truly, and honestly worth. Harry Parrott says physical gold premiums when you buy and sell. They get you coming and going. Yeah, I wouldn't know because I'm not doing any of that, but I'll take your word for it. But I know that there's definitely been some added stress in our fundamentals in regards to the fact that there is debt that's due. So and you have to keep that in mind as well. So so Ape just, I mean not just, but it really just kind of it traded sideways out of the bearish triangle that I had put up here, and you can see from the volatility of the Bollinger Bands here that there is none. Shares per minute, it looks like we're maybe averaging somewhere right around 15,000 shares a minute, which is pretty low volume. This is likely going to explode one direction or the other here fairly shortly. Not sure which, but it's definitely it's trading awkward. Does look like we had a pretty hard run down on AMC. Finally hitting the bottom side of this ascending wedge and looking like it's moving out of it. Ray says, I'm still confused how Adam Aaron was able to take our AMC shares and convert to Ape. So he didn't. He just took value. The market takes, so he added shares and then the market took value from AMC and put it into Ape to give it a value. Sean, remember the golden rules. The golden rules are always the most important ones. Remember, only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. If you're going to need that money in the future, then there's no sense in putting yourself in a position to where you're not going to feel comfortable about having that money there. Okay. Yeah. So like Jabib says, those shares have been there for a very long time. They've had those preferred shares. I don't even know how long they've had them for, but they've had them for a really long time. So when they converted those preferred equity shares to Ape, they did a conversion on a 100 to 1 basis. So for every one preferred equity share became a preferred equity unit for Ape. And so those are shares that they've been holding on to, those preferred equity shares for, I guess, I'll take Jabib's word for it, and that they were there since 2013. I don't know how long they've been there for. But they could technically convert all of them. And I don't remember what the exact number was off the top of my head. I'd have to pull up. Give me a second here. I probably figure it out. Give me just a minute. Well, let's see. What month are we in here? Here we go. Okay, so they had 50,000. No, sorry, 50 million preferred stock, and they converted. Was it 10 million of it? Let me just make sure that's right. Yeah. So they converted of the 50 million in preferred stock, they converted 10 million of it to 1 billion APE units. And then they issued as many in shares as there were outstanding to equal the amount that we had, and then they kept the rest of it to be able to be used for dilution. Ken, I can't, unfortunately, I don't think anybody, including myself, should give you that advice. It's it's something that you would have to choose on your own which one you would prefer. I really don't think that it's wise for any one of us to be suggesting one over the other. Thorpe said, Casey, the markets are probably waiting to hear back from the Fed meeting. Now, I thought the meeting was for 4:15 today. So if they are waiting to hear back from the Fed meeting is supposed to be a closed meeting. So I don't know what they're waiting to hear about. So we got about 18 minutes left here. Let me just check and see if they are going to have some kind of announcement here. Federal Reserve System at 11:30 a.m. Let's see here. Advance notice of a meeting under expedited procedures. It is anticipated that the closed meeting of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System at 11:30 a.m. on Monday, October 3rd, will be held under expedited procedures as set forth in Section 261B7 of the Board's rules regarding public observation of meetings at the Board's office at the 20th and C Streets, Northwest Washington, D.C., and by audio-video conference call. The following items of the official board business are tentatively scheduled to be considered at that meeting. Matters to be considered: review and determination by the Board of Governors of the advance and discount rates to be charged by the Federal Reserve banks. Final announcement of matters considered under expedited procedures will be available in the board's Freedom of Information and Public Affairs offices and on the board's website following the closed meeting. Okay, in the board's Freedom of Information and Public Affairs offices and on the board's website following the closed meeting. For more information, contact Michelle Smith. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Let me look up public affairs. But you're not wrong though. It does seem like the market, because if it's at 10:15 and we're already an hour past that, it does look like the market's kind of waiting to hear what's going to be said. Nosa says, Casey, how does the conversion work when there's different stock prices? Example, AMC at 10 and APE at 8. I'm trying to understand your question. Let me think about this real quick here. How does the conversion work when there's different stock prices? So in regards to, I think you're asking like what happens if they were to merge back together, then it would just be the total valuation. Because they did a 1-to-1 ratio, right? So so it would be real easy to just convert them back together. It would just simply be adding the prices back together again. In regards to there being more dilution, um, hmm, I think, I don't know, man. I'd have to sit down and see if I could find some like previous examples. I would think that it would still be a 1-to-1 ratio in the value of whatever AMC is versus Ape, unless I don't know. No, it won't be to one. It can't be 1-to-1 because if there's more shares added, it's going to change everything. It'll change the numbers. I don't know about how much, but it'll take on a I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's difficult to say. It's not fractions at this point. Like if we were to convert over right now, it would just simply be like share price added to share price, but there would be a fraction involved, I think, if there were dilution to occur first. There's the retest on Ape. You guys are like talking about a 45-degree angle. If we zoom out here just a tad bit, get rid of the noise. Give me a second. Get rid of the Bollinger Bands. 45-degree angles basically since I think I drew this line out here. Uh, I don't remember when I drew it. Yeah, probably pretty close to a few days after it occurred, but let's go to the 1 hour. Yep, pretty much almost since 9/12. Well, you know what that means. At least hopefully you do. If you don't know what it means, the longer the sustained movement downwards, especially if you've got holding going on, then the more violently you're going to see the price return the other direction. Now, in this particular case, when you look at OBV on Ape, that's not necessarily the case. So part of the reason why Ape is potentially heading downwards is because there has been selling orders that have been hitting the market. If you were to go to, let me pull it up here and just show you. If you go to just Ape, let me pull it open here just a second. So this is your daily on volume on Ape, or not volume, but price. Well, volume is down below, but let's pull up OBV on this. And yeah, people are selling it. You want to know why it's going down in prices? Because people are selling. I don't know who exactly is selling, but somebody is. It's not holding its value in regards to day over day price. I mean, you can see that there's definitely not people who are holding now. That's not the case for AMC, but you're actually starting to see negative volume starting to show up here. So there's definitely some selling going on here from retail. I would say retail, probably some institutions as well. But I don't see, there's no way you can look at this OBV and tell me that people are holding. Maybe if buying pressure had maintained volume, but you're starting to see. Okay, so hold on a second here. Hold on. There may be one thing that's skewing this though. Hold up a second. Let me just look at OBV real quick here and see what it's checking. 1 second. We may need to do. Let me try something real quick here. I didn't change anything. Let me look at the pine for this real quick. Oh, that's not going to do me any good. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find the trading signal for this, and what I have a feeling is that there may be something that's affecting the way that it's calculated because it's such a short period of time. If you look at OBV, it's this. Let me pull up the correct formula for OBV and just verify what it is because I can't seem to pull it up on Pine for some reason. I'm having problems. I'll have to work with Adam on that, but. Let me look at OBV's calculation and how it does the calculation because I have a feeling that. Okay, let's see. So it's volume based, and it's going to be based off of. Okay. So it's just going to be based off of previous day. So it shouldn't have any. Okay, volume increase, decrease if close greater than, less than. Yeah, I don't see anything in the calculation that would tell me that it's signaling something inaccurate. I was thinking there was a chance that based off the calculation that it may be looking at a certain period of time, and then using the calculation to adjust for previous volume amounts, but it's only based off of previous day's volume movement. So that's not the case. Yeah, there you go. You want to know why it's going down? That's why it's going down. Somebody's selling. Uh, Danette P says Adam Aaron is selling. I mean, it's possible. It's possible that he may be selling, but I hope he's not selling at these kind of prices. And if he is, I hope he's not selling a whole bunch. Doug, those margin requirements have been in place for a while, and every time the price moves down on AMC, it is affecting the amount of collateral that is required that's needed as price moves downwards. But in regards to AMC one, which is the combined price of AMC and APE, there's not a whole lot of new positions that are being opened on that are going to have a huge impact on on the amount of collateral that's held. So I'm not really sure why people are making a big deal out of it, but they are. Mac Daddy Bees, it's awesome, man. I don't have any problem with you hitting that down like arrow. That's completely okay with me, man. That's actually what I prefer. Keeps me going. Thank you. Anthony says Adam Aaron sold the first day or two. That's not true. In fact, we know it's not true, especially with the fact that they just filed last Monday, a week ago, to be able to make it so that they can actually sell shares. So I know for a fact that they have not sold shares at least, is it 4 days? 4 days. So at least since last Tuesday, I don't think that they've sold any shares. Otherwise, we should have had an 8K that was filed that would have told us that. The brick says Ape FTDs due beginning the week of October 11th stays in. Bricks, I mean, you can look up failure delivers right now, and they're not stacking. I don't understand why people seem to think that they stack. They don't. Is JFK a new shill? Let's see here. What's JFK saying? Oh, I don't know. Aaron said AMC and APE would equalize. How much longer before AMC drops? I don't think I've ever heard Adam Aaron say that before. I don't think he's ever mentioned that he certainly couldn't have mentioned that. That would be, yeah, he can't make those kind of comments. So I don't think he's ever mentioned that. That would be a falsity. Is that a word? Falsity? I don't know. I just made it up. But the breaks in regards to what you're saying with the failure to delivers, like I'm not sure where this whole thing came about from people saying that there were going to be shares that had to be due by a certain period of time, but I don't, this October 11th that's being brought up, like there's no dates there that would apply to that. And even if there were, hold on a second, let me go back and look at the failure delivers currently being reported for Ape. Give me 1 second. We're looking at you said the 11th. There's 1 million shares that's going to be due by the 11th, and as it stands right now, the current most recent reporting was down to about 400,000 shares of failure delivers. So the idea that there's going to be like a bunch of shares there that need to be delivered by the 11th, it's not going to be very high. It's not going to be any more than 392,000. That's for sure. I mean, it could be higher, but I'm not seeing anything that would tell me that that would be the case. I mean, we've seen mostly returns on Ape for quite a while now. Yes, Adam Aaron has the ability to sell 483 million shares. That is correct. Into Ape. The breaks, man, it is about failure delivers have to be like shares that are owed in the future, and if they've already returned those shares, then you're going to show on a daily amount where it's at. So there you go, fallacy. I couldn't come up with the word. Tony, how's it going, man? Man, there's a lot of brand new names today. A lot of brand new names. If Adam Aaron sold at 10, there wouldn't have been all the FRE proof of non-delivered shares throughout the world, broker placeholders, etc. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, there was a ton of people who did not have delivery in time for when they should have had their shares. Cassius says, Shaw, maybe the shaving of the beard is the catalyst. Ah, man, I gotta hold on to it, man. The reported numbers are always accurate. You're correct. And every day they go up or they go down. And the current reporting that we have, the most current reported amount of shares that are on failure to delivers is at 300 and what was the number I just said? 392,651 shares. So unless there was something that occurred where there would have been a lot of additional failure delivers to show up after that date, because the most recent numbers that we can get are only show up back to the 14th of last month, which is nearly a month old data. But unless there was some kind of large amount of failure delivers that would have occurred after that, then we're not going to see it. We won't know until it hits. Our Yale says, correction, Casey, lots of brand new shill names. Well, guys, it's time to go through the numbers again. Let's take a look at our numbers. Taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until after you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Also, two-factor authentication if you don't have it, set it up for your account, because that could help you keep somebody out of your account that you don't want there. If you don't like it, get rid of it. You know, it's not something you have to keep, but if you are going to set it up, make sure you set up a secondary phone number to receive those codes, because you'd hate to have something happen to your primary number and not be able to get into your account when you need to. So after having said all that, let's take a look at our numbers. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago, and this is right next to my head here, off exchange for AMC was at 57.79 and 11.69 for EDGX. Those numbers are now 59.64 and 10.54 for a grand total 70.18% of the volume for those two exchanges is going through there. That's a lot of volume. It's really high. It's high, super high. That's high. Let's see here for Ape. It's probably even higher. Ape's got 61.95 in the off exchange, EDGX at 10.94 for a grand total 72.89%. It's a little bit lower than what it was an hour ago. We actually had, I think it was above 75% of our volume going through those two exchanges as of an hour ago, but it's now down to 72.89%, which is still pretty high. Taking a look at Ortex data in the last hour, AMC had 452,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now down to 142,000 shares. It's going to slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.21%. Cost of borrow average is at 21.49, which is rising. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down 1.1 million shares on loan to 185.77 million shares. I'm estimating about 360,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago on Ape, there was a reporting of only 57,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now gone up to 1.37 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day, which is an increase on short share interest of the free float to 7.5%, cost to borrow at 5.48. Shares on loan didn't really have much of a change. It wasn't enough for me to really report on, so I said no change on that. It's currently holding at 24.41 million shares of short interest. Taking a look at options. At a $7 strike, an hour ago we had 6.5 thousand contracts. We now have 8.2. And on puts, highest amount of volume currently at a $6 strike. There was 1.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. There is now 2.6. Market's still indicating that AMC might close somewhere between $6 and $7 for the day today. Taking a look at, we did get our fourth test of $9 and what did I put in here? $9.18. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 tests, maybe even 5 tests of 9.18. It looks like they're trying to hold it right there at 9.18, as that is our combined price of AMC and APE. There is a level of support there that we've found on multiple different occasions here The ascending parallel channel that we had here has definitely been broken, and I would probably be inclined to put something else in here now. And it's going to be a wedge. It is difficult to say which way this is going to go. And it is hovering on the bottom side of this right now as it stands. So I think we're very, very, very close here. I'll put a little box here just in case, a little breakout box, leaving out just the tip. Getting really close to which way this is going to be breaking here. I do think that we have lower volume right now. Lower volume, and let's see which way this trend channel goes here. Trend channel is currently pointing towards the top, so it could break to the bottom. It's going to be, it's difficult to say with wedges. Orders by Fidelity customers. Just looking for Ape, AMC, and GME. Ape's the first one on the list with 57% buys to 42% sales. GME's got 71% buys to 28% sales, which is definitely very strong on the buy sell order ratio. AMC coming in here on the list as well with 68% buys to 31% sales. So AMC and GME are looking very strong on the buy sell orders. Ape kind of lacking a little bit here. It's down, but it's picked itself up. It was like 55% buy orders earlier, and it's just slowly driving upwards. So that's good. As of today, it doesn't look like retail's selling at this point. On trigger price for SSR, well, at least not more than they are buying. Let me rephrase that. SSR for the day-to-day on AMC is at $6.27. We've already triggered for Ape at 2.439. Shares available to borrow. They did borrow the remaining amount of shares that they had left here and only returned ETFs. There's been about 260,000 shares returned to ETFs. When shares do come back, that does typically tend to lead towards that's short interest being closed, which is bullish. The available amount of shares left to borrow was 0, so it's showing a 0% fee, but the last recorded one was 19%. I'm not going to count, I don't think I'm going to count any of this here because I already counted that. Yeah, I'm not going to count any of this just yet. I've already counted most of the volume for the day-to-day, and I only do increments of 50,000 or more. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen about 850,000 shares having been borrowed. I need to see about another 30,000 shares borrowed before I could say 900,000 shares for the day. NASDAQ is up 1.63, Dow Jones is up 2.29, S&P 500 is up 2.1. The market's cooking with bacon grease because it's really tasty looking right now with 4,956 advancers to 1,902 decliners. VIX is down 4.11, VTI is up 2.06, IWD is up 2.35, Tesla is down 7.99, Amazon is up 2.01, Cinemark up 0.54, Doge is up 1.41, Bitcoin is up 1.8, GME is up 0.44, HYMC up 10.84, Hood is down 2.48, NCMI is down 9.42, Ape is down 10.52, and Ape is down 10.34 and AMC is down 2.58. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we currently have $900,000 more in outflow than inflow, with 12.37 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. After 163 minutes of trading, we are on pace for 29.6 million shares traded by the end of the day. Of course, that's going to come down as the day continues on here. But that is within the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested we would see by the end of the day today. That's looking ever more accurate. On the hourly, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.5, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.09, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers within the last hour. RSI at 50.65, which is average. APE, 7.16 million shares traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. Let's see, $400,000 more in inflow than outflow for the day on APE. We're on pace for 16.92 million shares by the end of the day today. Suggested pre-market somewhere between 5 to 25, and then gave a more narrowed down prediction of somewhere between 10 and 15. I was thinking that we would see more than the 13 million shares traded that we had from last week, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say right now. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 18.82, which is below average, signaling oversold. And it's actually been that way for most of the time since 1:30 Friday. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.73, which is below average, signaling oversold. Multiple times is the fourth time into this oversold, fourth, fifth, sixth time within the last 2 days that it's gone into the oversold territory or region signal. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.52, which is below average and almost signaling oversold. Starting to see a little bit of the same thing we saw last Friday. Where on APE, we're getting a little bit of the barcoding going on right now. Liquidity seems to be drying up. Volatility drying up. This is where the day is going to start getting boring. In case you weren't already. Very, very, very similar numbers to what we had on last Friday. In fact, if I go back and I look at the numbers, we had 6.55% that we ended up being down on APE and 1.83 by the end of the day once it was all said and done. It's turning out to become a very similar day today. Let's see here. On AMC, this is the break of the wedge. I see a really heavy trend at $6.72. There seems to be a level of support here that they're just having a difficult time keeping it underneath that at 672, which makes me want to just draw a line there just for the heck of it. And I would imagine what's going to end up happening at this point is some more of the same, where you're going to see this kind of travel up here a little bit, perhaps maybe even hit the level of support at $6.86. Maybe not even get that far, but see some consolidation, maybe another test at 672 to see if they can't break the price down further. Alrighty. I can see what it is you guys are saying. Miss Tahiti's in here. Yeah, Miss Tahiti, I'm glad everything's okay. Can't knock me down, she says. That's good. Bjork says liquidity drying up means they have locked it down. Here most likely tomorrow will be what, 2? Question mark. And what I would do is I would look for since SSR got tripped today, Bjork. I have a feeling that maybe not as much as you might think. Uh, Potentially in the aftermarket hours, though, of that, they would probably shoot for another 10% for the next day. Kenton says the question is how low Ape must go until a real buying pressure starts. It's a great question. I think everybody has probably something their own target in mind. When retail and institutions start buying into it, you'll know. And whatever that price ends up being, it'll end up being what it is, what people decide to put in at. I know. With 4.1 million investors, though, it only takes $125 a person to buy out the whole float, just on retail side alone. So, Captain Awesome says, I know that we don't discuss other stocks, but what's up with this whole? I don't know, and I don't care. I don't know, and I don't care. I don't even look into it. Oh, Woodstock, we already do own the float, man. And many times over, and the only reason that this entire market is looking the way that it's looking is because that's the case on lots of different stocks. JFK's brain says the lower ape drops, the more likely Aaron dumps the remaining ape shares. Dilution is right around the corner. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see what he does. I don't. I personally don't. Oh man, let me think about this for a second. Hmm. I just was thinking in my head, like, what are the chances that if there's no way. I don't know, man. I really just can't see this happening. But I really don't think Adam Aaron would dump 400 and or how many did he set aside? 200 and shoot. Why did I just forget the number? 425 million. He set aside 425 million shares to be able to be sold. I can't imagine that he dumps them all at once. It doesn't make any sense at all. None. What would happen if he dumps all those shares at once? Hold on a second, I got a cough. I mean, if he could pick, I mean, if he truly and honestly picks the price and he dumps all the shares at once, and he forces the market to buy those at higher prices, um, it would be mass chaos. It would be so many. I have no idea. It's so, it's so unimaginable. It seems like craziness. I don't even know how much buying pressure that would relieve. I mean, you would assume that every single share would have to be purchased more than likely by institutions, right? Institutions and hedge funds and whatnot. If they were to go out and buy all of those shares, and let's just, for argument's sake, let's just suppose that it's $1, that would be 480, or sorry, 425 million shares worth of buying pressure at $1. Of course, price is going to start skyrocketing as soon as those start hitting the market. There's untold untold uh, amounts that the price could rocket up to, and of course, unless they were able to put those through off exchange trades. But I think the way that Adam Aaron has this set up is he wants these to go through normally. So I think they have to trade these through the lit market. I don't know that he has to. I think he does. I think he wants him to though. I mean, the amount of buying would just be insanity. Yep, there she goes. Let me pull it up, sorry. Well, luckily for you, Danny, Tesla is on my list of okay ones to talk about. That's really cool that you were talking stocks in your class, though. I wish more of my teachers had talked about that kind of stuff when I was growing up, instead of just my economics teacher. I'll tell you what, guys, I feel like based off of some of the stuff that kids are learning in school these days that I didn't learn when I was a kid, I feel like we're setting up our younger generation here to do better than us. I really do feel like that's the case. Chris says, and through city. And I think that's a great thing. I think it's really, really awesome that we're um, you know forcing kids to be better than us. I mean, that's how I feel about my kids. I always want them to be better than me, so I make sure that whatever it is that I try to teach them, and you know I try to teach them my mistakes and how they can be better. Dan Chen says not in Canada. Well, don't get me wrong, Dan. There's also some things that are kind of screwed up too. But they're definitely talking about things, and I think one of the things I like in the school system that they're doing right now is that they're teaching kids how to more specialize on a career in high school instead of waiting until they're into college. And I think that's really super cool. Like if a kid has an interest in high school and what they want to do for a career, set them up. Set them up in high school. Don't make them wait until they get into college to figure out what it is they want to do. When they start deciding to major in something and figuring out halfway through a major that it's not what they wanted, like let them start figuring out when they're in high school and like get that stuff out of the way so they can figure out if that's what they really want in life. If they're not excited, if they don't find passion in what they want to do for a career, what the hell are they working for? What are they working towards, right? If you're going to go get a further education and you're going to and you're going to use that in the future, then you should enjoy it to some extent or another. But if you don't enjoy it, why wait until you're in college to figure it out? Figure it out while you're in high school. You still got some time to change things, and you don't have to pay crap loads of money for an education. It just seems to make sense. I don't know. Danny says that's the goal, Casey. Wish my school or parents would have taught me My parents just didn't know enough about stocks, but as long as we teach our kids to be better than us, then the world should be okay. That's what I'm saying. Always teach the kids to be better than you. Always make them better. Don't let them fall into the same mistakes that you made. I mean, they're still gonna make them, but you know, give them an opportunity to be better than you. Don't hold them back just because you couldn't do something or you want to do something and you couldn't do it. Don't hold them back because of that. Market's great for teaching math skills. It is absolutely great. I hope Danny is absolutely utilizing that opportunity to be able to talk to kids about so many different things. Interest rates, that's a great one. That's a great one, Danny. Show them interest rates, man. What do they, compound interest rates, what do they do? That's a great one. Mount St. Funk said, we had a stock investment competition in econ class in 12th grade. I won, laugh out loud. We had one in 12th grade as well, Mount St. Funk, in my economics course. And the top 3 students got extra credit on their grade. Like he gave them like extra bonus points for being the best investors. And I got 4th. I was so pissed. I was so pissed. I came in 4th. I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea what I was doing, but I just invested in things because he gave us the only things we were allowed to invest in were oh shoot, what was it? It was the give me a second here. Hold on, I gotta look it up and see what it was he allowed us to invest in. There's where is it? Let's see. I want to say what was it? I think it was like the S&P 100 or something like that, or I don't remember what it was. It was like the top 100 companies, top performing companies, or something like that. So he didn't let us just have like free reign in the whole market. Like everybody had the same choices, and it was only like the top 100 stocks. I don't remember what it was exactly, but anyways, and I just went through the list and I was kind of like looking at all the different stocks, and I was just kind of like, okay, well, what do I recognize as a name brand? And I think one of the ones that really killed me at the time was it was like Ford, or it was a car one. Who made the neon? Whoever made the neon was the one. I think it was, is that Dodge? Whoever made the neon was the one that screwed me. I don't know what something happened. Something happened, and back in 1994, it was Dodge. Okay, I'm pretty sure it was the neon. I think it was Dodge. So I invested in Dodge because at the time, or I guess it was Chrysler or whatever it was, but I invested in it thinking like, oh yeah, the neon's like like everybody's buying that car because it's an affordable first car for kids. And so I thought, oh yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll buy into that. Not Chrysler, sorry. But yeah, and so it's just like I was sitting there going like, oh my gosh, it was like the worst. It was probably the worst performer out of all of the. Uh, yeah, Plymouth. Maybe it was Plymouth. That's probably what it was. I said Chrysler. I knew it wasn't Chrysler, but it was by far one of the worst performers out of any of the other stocks I had. Had it not been for that stupid neon, I would have I would have done just fine. I'd have been okay. I know, man. It is. It's not my favorite car company, Jeff. They just happen to make one of my favorite cars. That's all. But that stupid neon. Oh, I hated that car after that. It lost me. It lost me my one of my first, second, and third place seats. Aerobiz game on Nintendo. What? Ethan says, I'm in the process of developing and beta testing a fantasy stock market game. It's being used by an investment club in New Jersey, hoping I can get it into schools to help kids learn investing. Ethan, that is super cool, man. I would love to help test that out. If I had an opportunity, you can sign me up. I would love to get on there and really just kind of give it a go. I think that is really cool, man. A fantasy stock market game is I think it's beautiful. I know how boring that sounds. Like there's probably only like maybe I don't know 30 or 40% of you listening right now who probably even thinks that's cool. But you should totally get that out everywhere. People would probably love the crap out of it. I mean, people love investing. I mean, look at how big Robinhood took off. Robinhood took off because people really want to invest and make money. Apex don't allow that here, man. Come on. It's one of like the very few rules I got around here. Oh man, those wide bodies challengers are amazing. Ketten says your car looks like an old VW LT from Germany. It is a VW. You're not wrong. It is a VW. It might even be a VW LT. The Big Tramp, I think you might have nailed it. Tony says, Tony, by the way, good morning to you, sir. I'm still looking forward to barbecue someday if we ever get a chance. But Tony says, going a long way back, but I think at one time we briefly owned a Geostorm and a Dodge Neon, followed by a Nissan Altima. I bet the Nissan Altima was a breath of fresh air after that Dodge Neon. I'm only guessing, but I can only imagine. And I think the well, I'm a big fan of Toyota, Honda, and Nissan, and the reason for that is because I like a car that's going to last a long time. I don't want to have to worry about it, and I just want to do oil changes, bare minimum fixes to it, and that's it. I don't want to have to think about it. And I don't know. It's how I feel. Ethan says, if you're cool with it, I can get some info going. Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm totally fine with that, Ethan. You're more than welcome. I kind of view it as like our place, Ethan. I don't really view it as like my place. So I really don't have a problem with anybody going into the Discord and putting whatever they want to put in there. Like if Apex, like you wanted to talk about like another stock, if you want to go to the Discord and start talking about other stocks there, that's a great place. I'm not opposed to people talking about it. It's just that this particular place, I want it to be about AMC, GME, Ape, and pretty much just what's going on with the historical facts of what it's happening to us in this story that we're creating for ourselves. VIX is at 4.14%. We got AMC is still moving upwards. Ape is moving upwards as well. And it's beyond time for me to go take a break, guys. Tony says, I used to spend a lot of time shopping for practical cars. Thankfully, I outgrew that. Tony, that's why I went to a Dodge Challenger. By far not a family vehicle. I think I got a lot of crap from my family, man. They all talked behind my backs. None of them said anything directly to. Well, that's not true. Some of them were a little PC about how they would be like, "Hey, that's not really a family car, is it?" No, no, no. It really is a family car. It says two doors. That's a family car. It was. It's it's got a better back seat than the why am I forgetting the name of it? Well, any other muscle car out there that's quote unquote a muscle car is by far the Challenger's got the best back seat in it, but it is by far not a family car by any means. Ethan, that would be fantastic, man. I'm sure people would get a kick out of that. I think you've got yourself a winning game on your hands, to be honest. I think that there's going to be a lot of people out there that like. In fact, it could be the next Monopoly. If you make it easy enough, it could be the next Monopoly. I gotta go to break, guys. If I don't get out of here now, I won't get one. Yeah, Camaro. Thank you. I don't know why the name wasn't coming to me. 10Ds plus plus, but that's exactly what I was saying. The Camaro's back seat is horrific. The Challenger at least got something in there you can stuff people into, but it's like giving birth when you're trying to get somebody out of the back. Birth to an adult. Mm. The Mustang doesn't even have a back, as far as I know. I mean, it probably does, but not anything worth sitting in. Jeff says Casey the Big Tramp looks to be a vintage 1979 to 1987 VW bus 3T combi, probably. You got a break when you got hired here. Thanks, Sea Hill. Appreciate that. All right, guys, I'm gonna put up my note here and take my break that apparently Sea Hill doesn't think I deserve. I'm gonna come back at 12:20, guys. Just give myself a real 40 minutes, like a real boy. A real boy. Let's see here. Neo says Monopoly is a great game if you like to see your kids crying before they go to bed. Dude, you know what would be even funnier? Ethan, like if you could program in like your stock just got shorted. If you could add a shorting feature in there where all of a sudden like out of just nowhere the stock price starts dropping, what do you do? In any other normal situation, what would you do other than AMC? Oh man, that'd be kind of a fun game. I'd like it. I'm looking forward to seeing what you got going on. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'll see you guys back here in about 40 minutes.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Alrighty, I'm back. Fix coming through with a reverse repo. Holy moly. Repo for today is 2.52 trillion with 102 counterparties. Oh man, I was reading the other part first. The previous was 2.425 with 108 counterparties. All right, let's take a look at our numbers real quick here, guys. I'm gonna have to get through the numbers fast here because we got numbers coming back up here because I was late on my break. We got the numbers coming back up here in a little bit, and I want to try and get through them as fast as possible before it's time to do them again. So let me go ahead and run through the numbers. I'm not going to continue to read what it is you guys are saying because I'm just going to try and get this over to the other page here as fast as possible. But let's see what we got going on here. Give me just 1 second while I log into my brokerage. Oh yeah, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it to keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. Let me see here. If you're going to go ahead and set that up, make sure you do it with a second phone in mind. That way you can put in a backup phone you can send the code to. Remember, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you're writing until after you see the big tramp back on the screen again. Man, this is just trading sideways today. That's all it is, bunch of sideways trading. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here with off-exchange data. An hour ago, it was 59.64 and 10.54 for AMC. It is now showing 60.04% through the off-exchange and 10.33 through the EDGX for a grand total 70.37 going through those two exchanges for AMC. That is very high data. On off-exchange for APE, it's 61.48, EDGX at 9.18 for a grand total 70.66. Both those numbers are very elevated. Price suppression definitely happening through off exchanges. Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was 142,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. It's now a return of 332,000. On that's going to have a slight lowering effect on the short share interest of the free float to 19.15%. Cost of our average is rising to 22.05. Shares on loan for the day today is at 185.77 million shares on loan. Day over day, that's a decrease of 1.1 million shares on loan, and I'm estimating about 360,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed. Taking a look at APE. Oops. There we go. An hour ago, it was 1.37 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.07. That's going to have a slight decreasing effect on short-share interest of the free float to 7.49%. Cost to borrow average is at 5.54. Shares on loan for the day dropped. There's basically no change. And shares on loan currently at 24.41 million shares. And all of that is in short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options so far for the day today. Earlier was showing up at $7 strike. That is still the case. It went from 8.2 thousand contracts to 9.9. And on puts, at a $6 strike, it went from 2.6 thousand contracts to 2.9. The combined share price of AMC and APE did in fact go back down, retested that Fibonacci retracement that we have here that I set up earlier at $9.18. Stayed there for just a little bit before breaking above the wedge that we had going here, but really for the most part, just kind of looking like it's trading sideways. Doesn't really seem to be a whole lot of change going on here. I'm going to actually change this just a little bit like that. I still feel like we're just kind of, I feel like this is being extended. It's probably going to break out it's probably already on its way to breaking out here. We'll take a look at the numbers here in just a minute, but we are definitely finding some solid support though at $2 or $9.18. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, APE, and GME are the only three that I'm really looking for right here. APE is the first one on the list with 58% buy to 41% sell ratio. GME is coming in at 70.29, and AMC is coming in at 69.30. So APE has been getting progressively better throughout the day. We had 55% buys earlier, and it's getting closer and closer to that 60% minimum that I like to see. So Ape shares that are being purchased are definitely increasing. That's good. It's a good sign. SSR did not trip for the AMC yet for the day today at $6.27. Ape it did trip at 2.439. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Looks like mainly returns. Last known fees amount was 19%. A lot of ETFs were returned. That's usually bullish. NASDAQ is up 1.92. Dow Jones is up 2.38. S&P 500 is up 2.25. The market is cooking with bacon grease because it's looking tasty, with 5,091 advancers to 1,828 decliners. The VIX is down 5.28. VTI is up 2.17. IWD is up 2.42. Tesla is down 8.37. Amazon is up 1.93. Cinemark is up 2.21. Doge is up 1.6. Bitcoin is up 2.36. GME is up 0.82, and HYMC is up 12.9% for the day today. Hood is down 1.44. NCMI is down 12.26. Ape is down 8.67, and AMC is down 2.33. AMC so far for the day today has had about $1.4 million more in outflow than inflow for the day. After 240 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 23.88 million shares to be traded by the end of the day for the pace for AMC. On the hourly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure according to Vortex indicator RSI at 38.25, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.75, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. Wait, hold on. I'm going to say equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 52.73, which is basically average. On APE, there's roughly $1 million more in inflow than outflow. 9.12 million shares traded for the day today. Putting us on pace for 14.75 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 to 25 million, but try to narrow it down a little to 10. I think it was 10 to 15. So it looks like we're right in that area. Looks like Ape did break out here just recently at one of my boxes, as a matter of fact. Found some level of support here at the SSR tripping point at 2.439. Rose up through the pretty large daily wedge that we've got going on here. Broke out and is trading sideways again. More often than not, what I would be inclined to do is just kind of take this and try to look at where price may be moving next. And to be very honest with you guys, like I am seeing this like really flat. I mean, it's like a sideways parallel channel, which you don't see very often or ever. And I mean, that's what it looks like. You just don't see that. There's no real trading signal here. For the most part, this thing is just trading sideways somewhere between 2.41 and 2.5. And it looks like they just intend to try and close this out somewhere in the middle there before the day's over. They did trip SSR, which is going to help with short exempt volume that could be created to create liquidity. There is a bunch of buy orders sitting there trying to keep the price from moving further down. And there's actually 19,000 shares at 2.4. It almost looks like we have an inverted head and shoulders. Almost, not quite, maybe. It's questionable. Probably not. AMC, on the other hand, is looking like it's consolidating and moving towards this box here. This is where I use a Fibonacci retracement at 686 and this ascending wedge to see a consolidation up into this box and then a potential breakdown. We've seen multiple times us hit $6.72 as a level of support today. Getting past $6.86 is going to be key here. Pumpy, how's it going, man? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Hold on a second. I got a text. I got a text back. Adam, he's sending me messages. Let's see here. All right. Not that Adam. I wish, John. I wish that were the case. That's not the case, though. Not Adam Aaron. AP. AP's on here. He's a moderator. Aaron says still can't buy Ape on a lit today. I wonder if that's because there's no shares available. Quite possibly. I would have to see how you guys are putting the orders in. I just wanted to let you guys know I'm trying to pull up. I have a particular website that I use for futures, like to look at futures. And right now, for some reason, that website is just down hard. Petrofire, how's it going? I'm doing well. Hope all is well with you as well. I mean, you could try things like, I mean, if you said IEX, you could try, oh gosh, XNYS. Have you tried that one? Hmm. Aaron also saying his friend had his public order canceled and sent back to his account. Well, he's saying Fidelity, John. So it depends on how you're placing or how you're routing the order. Yep, Koya, that's welcome to the welcome to the days of our lives. Yeah, that's typically very oftentimes how that kind of works out. Yeah, if you're not routing your orders to the lit market, then the chances are that off exchange orders are going through, and probably for a very good reason. Yale says my answer for everything my wife asked me to do is 2 weeks. Oh man, I pity the fool. Just saying. Yeesh. Ugh. Doesn't sound like a winning strategy there. Just saying. I guess you can always just use me as an excuse. You can say Casey said 2 weeks. I guess I'll have to just live with that. At least you have somebody to blame it on. Yeah, Aaron B says I had success on Schwab because it's payment for order flow, and more than likely that's probably why you're not having any issues with anything besides lit market. My guess is that any lit market orders that are going through are probably being stopped if there's not any lit exchange shares there to be traded. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to check something out real quick here. I just want to see. I'm pulling up the chart for trades for the day today across the board on a lot of different stocks, and just wanted to see if there's like any kind of similarities, discrepancies. It does look like one of these is getting hard. Tesla's getting hit harder than almost everybody else. All right, so these are just random stocks that I've got kind of pulled up as like a litmus test for the market, so that we can see when there's like some very obvious things that are happening. For example, like AMC and Snapple should not be trading on the same kind of pattern, and yet they do appear to be trading very similarly, not completely, but the white line, which is really kind of difficult to see in here, is Tesla, and it's moving down quite a bit faster starting a market open today. As you can see, last week there were a lot of stocks on Friday were trading very, very similarly. Going into the end portion of the day, it was like a big, massive market sell-off everywhere. Even some of the stocks that don't normally perform the same way as everybody else even took dips as well. ACATs. Hold on a second. Okay. That means you have a problem with your stock without having enough settled funds. So apparently they're requesting that they want you to have settled funds completed before the actual transaction occurs. Um, so that's what that sounds like to me. Just based off of I just did a quick search for that. That does, it sounds like what they're looking for is they want your account to settle now. Whether or not that's something new that that hasn't been a problem for you in the past, and maybe you can use those funds to buy other stocks, but not particularly one or another. I don't even know where to go with that one, with you on that one. So, uh, John says, Casey, I hope you don't bail on us like all those other YouTubers. Oh man, it's really kind of funny, and I'll tell you why later, because it's just I don't know, it's like it's almost as if like the what do they call it when like the worlds align and all the like the crazy things fall into different places, and like some of the things that happen, like it just seems so unreal that it would all happen at the same exact time. But I had mentioned, somebody asked me if I would still be here, if this went like another 2 years or something like that, and I said, if this time, not this time, but I said if in first quarter of next year, if things still haven't really um, done well, or we're still just kind of holding in a tight formation, that I might end up, going back to work or something, and I don't. I guess the one thing that I guess the one thing that I want to stress to you guys is that if that time ever comes, and we've already talked about this once before, but if that time ever comes where I got to go back to work, and I can't continue to do the live streaming Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, I'll still be here. I will still be here. I'll still put things out for you guys to see. I will still do something, because I don't want you to think that I'm just bailing on you. I'm not going to just, you know, I can't envision doing that. I just can't. There's no way. I just don't feel like you've come this far to just go this far. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the whole thing. The mantra that we've had here is that it's just like it's. I gotta see this out, man. And I can't imagine not seeing it out. But if the circumstances require that I have to see it out in a different kind of way, then so be it. The stars have aligned, kind of thing, and it is what it is. Unfortunately, you guys are gonna have to understand that that's unfortunately the case in life. Like I can't go on forever like this, as it would be wonderful if I could. But at some point, I do have to make a decision to return to work. So, but I think the difference between what it is that I would be doing versus what other YouTubers have done is that I haven't taken money from people. Right? I have not accepted money from people as a gift, or doing it for anything that I've done here. It has always been about recording history and doing this for free because it helps out the fellow apes, and that's really what we're here to do, is to help each other out. And um, and so I hope you would just understand that the difference between me, perhaps going back to work or something like that, would be different than somebody else just saying I'm not going to cover AMC anymore, or I've sold or anything like that. That's totally different. I'm not going. My shares aren't leaving. My shares certainly aren't leaving. Not in this. Not in this. I know. there's more here, but it gives me an opportunity to be able to increase my position at some point. If I were to have to leave and get a job, that could definitely help me increase my position. Captain Awesome says, check out the barcoding. They're happening in phases now. Like it's almost like it's happening at certain times of the day now, right, Captain? It's almost like you can see the liquidity just dry up during certain periods of time in the day. And it just kind of makes it look like, oh, hey, look, we got nothing else to trade anymore, so let's just kind of trade it sideways and we're done for the day. Jabib says this sounds like a prelude to a breakup. Nah, I mean, you never know. You never know what the cards have in store, but it's not a breakup, man. Not by any means. Aaron says, can you explain barcoding? So, typically speaking, when you see barcoding happen, and it's very organized. And this is actually a really good question, because I think if you go to the internet and you try to look up barcoding for stocks, you're not going to really find anything all that helpful. But I think that and usually, I think I want to say that usually you see barcoding happening in the aftermarket hours for a lot of stocks. But what I tend to believe what barcoding really is it's a sign of very low liquidity in a market, to where you have you have very low amounts of transactions that are occurring that basically happen on one side, and then the other side of trades that basically keep price within a very tight range. So you don't see a whole lot of range on the pricing, and it just moves up and down within a very similar price range. And so this is definitely barcoding right here on Ape. And AMC's actually got a little bit of it going on as well right now. It doesn't look nearly as bad, but it is definitely, you can see it there. And it's not really one of those subject matters that I think you can find a whole lot of information on the internet. So, but it's really more or less it's algorithmic to me. If I were to define it, it's algorithmic trading that's occurring when there's no liquidity in a market. You're seeing it basically just trading back and forth amongst each other and not really deciding to do much other than just make it look like there's transactions happening, when it's in actuality just very small minor movements. And there's usually basically like zero spread on the bid ask side. And as you can see right now, there's a 1 penny difference between the bid and the ask on Ape, and there's a 2 penny difference on AMC. Oh, sometimes it's 1 penny, sometimes it's 2 pennies. But the tighter it gets and the less activity, the less shares that you see trading back and forth, the more likely you're going to see barcoding. Now, usually you'll see this free up when shares are suddenly found to be borrowed. And I just noticed that it looks like there's 200,000 shares available to borrow again here, popping up on shares available. Watch those disappear. As soon as those disappear, those shares available to borrow, more than likely what's going to end up happening is you'll start seeing sudden price movement, because there's suddenly liquidity available again. Yep, there they are, 200,000 shares. Somebody closed out some short interest. Yep, and I just noticed Ketton's even mentioned it. Another 200,000 shares to borrow. And that's going to be short interest that was closed out. That's where it comes from. A lot of people seem to think that those shares just appear out of nowhere. It's not. It's not really how it works. What it is those are shares that's short interest that was likely closed and then able to be reborrowed. So all right. So I'll be honest with you, Jabibs. Actually, I'm gonna be honest with all you guys. You guys are. It's only fair. I think it's only fair for me to be honest with you guys and tell you. You know, the act, or what was the act called? The CHIPS Act that was just recently approved helps out the semiconductor industry quite a bit. and it's actually causing them to continue on with their plans on productions, and maintaining production levels. So I may have job offers out there. Not yet, but there may be some on their way, and it's gonna come to that point in time where I'm gonna have to make a decision. I'm gonna have to go like, okay, what do I do here? Do I continue doing what it is that I'm doing and risk everything on making sure that I just sit here and read off the numbers every single day until it happens, or do I actually try and make sure that I have a job while this economy is blowing up around us? I don't know. It's a tough decision, man. It's a really, really tough decision. Myself says yes, risk everything. Because every single one of us has to make really, really critical decisions, right? That's part of the reason why in the golden rules there, I have only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Why? Because you have to plan for your future. You don't just haphazardly live life through. Yeah, well, Jenna, I don't plan on being anywhere else. I don't plan on being anywhere else. But ultimately, you guys, you have to do what's best for you. Always. Not yet. Not yet, I don't, Jay. I'm making sure that you guys know that there's always possibilities. Blake says, do what's best for you and your family. We'll always still be here. That's what I plan on doing, man. I plan on doing what's best for me and my family for sure. As I would expect all of you guys to do the same as well. I think you guys, we're all adults here, most of us. There might be a few kids listening. We've had a couple youngsters, but you got to do what's best for you always, right? I'll still be here right now. Okay, I don't have at this moment in time, I don't have any plans on going anywhere, but I am definitely getting you guys ready for things that could happen in the future. You never know. Jabib says, "Don't worry, guys. He'll only last 2 weeks and be back in the workforce." Thanks, thanks, Jabib. Appreciate that. When do companies usually do hiring? Like, what's the biggest time of the year that companies do hiring? I feel is it before? When is it? I actually don't know when that is. I always forget. I know when they do most of their firing, not because of me, but you always watch the people walk out the door and you're like, "Ooh, that's rough." Right after Christmas. That's usually April. It's like February. Let's see, January, February. It's like March, April-ish. Those companies always end up doing those big cutbacks. Nah, we're not gonna go there, Highway Frog. It's just not. It's not something that I want to do. I make my own way in this world, no matter what, and I always feel that way. I don't need to do it on anybody else's back. I can do it on my own. I appreciate it though. But yeah, the new tires are. That's really. That's quite kind of you. I appreciate that. Remtaco says, "What's an adult?" No, 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 no. See, you guys are gonna say I'm leaving. I'm not. I don't have anything yet. I don't have any. I'm just letting you guys know. You never know what's gonna happen. The cards might all align and stars fall into the right place, and who knows? I'm. No, I'm not. See, yeah, Woodstock. I'm not gonna do that. I make my own way in life. Yeah, Jeff says you've already mentioned it before. I'm just mentioning it again because somebody said this sounds like a breakup. Oh man. Ooh, Thanksgiving is. That's actually a really good point. I hadn't thought of that before. Thanksgiving is right around the corner. Captain Awesome says before the holidays between November 1st until the end of the first week of January. Thanks, Captain Awesome. I didn't realize that. So, yeah, I've had some really weird stuff happen lately, guys. Like I mean, I've had some. I wish I could explain it, but and I don't want to say that it's like uncharacteristic of it to not happen to have happened to me in the past, because it has happened. But there's just weird opportunities popping up, and it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, why now? Why it doesn't seem like this economy is doing that well. And this is one of the actually this is one of the craziest things I was actually mentioning to somebody else. In the semiconductor industry, normally it's very, very cyclical and it knows when the market's going to crash and it usually does the pullbacks first. Like if you really want to know when a market's going to crash, you go watch semiconductors and whatever those start moving, like when they start doing cutbacks and everything's going to start running on a downturn. This time's different because of that CHIPS Act that went out, and that 50 something billion dollars that they set aside. I forget how much it was, but that money is actually causing the semiconductors to start acting a little differently this time around. They're being a little more bullish about moving forward with chip production through perhaps a bear economy, which is very unusual. No, no backyard boogie. I'm definitely not doing that. No. You guys are funny. Kenny might give you $1 million to shut this down. It's just weird like that, Vineyards. Very, very strange stuff happening, right? Like what? Like where did this come from? What? What are you talking about? Just weird stuff. Nothing unusual to the point to where you could put a finger on and be like, "Hey, this happened" or anything like that. Just normal stuff. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. Yeah, not going to be doing that, Jathan. No monetization. Casey's broken mug is like over here, like pumping me all up and everything. Um, Not like paranormal activity, no, just weird people contacting me. People that wouldn't or shouldn't have a normal interest in talking to me or talking to me. And it's just, I don't know. I don't know what to, I honestly just don't know how to explain it. It has happened to me in the past, but usually it's in a bull market, right? Like you don't normally have people reaching out to you at all in times of bear markets, and so it's just I'm saying it's a little unusual this time around because normally it's bull markets where you see active recruitments and stuff like that that are going on. It's very unusual to see active recruitments going on during bear markets. So, and I'm seeing a lot of activity, a lot of activity. Myself says it's okay, Casey. The weird things is the age. They have blue pills for that. I don't even know what you're talking about, man. I know what you're talking about, but I don't need nothing like that. Well, actually, Leon, a long time ago, Adam and I were working on actually, he was working on a spreadsheet that we were going to pass out to everybody, and I actually was really hyped about it. Then he had his twins, and we were going to start doing the final touches on it, and we were never able to get that done because he had his twins. But it was just in case something like that might happen to where I wasn't going to be able to continue to do streaming, that we were going to publish this Excel spreadsheet, open source it to everybody, and be able to you to pull the information on the hour every hour, or it would pull the information every hour on the hour, and you would have access to it to be able to see it at any given time, right? Like you could just pull it up whenever you felt like it, and it would be automatically updated on the hour every hour. So all this stuff that I'm doing wouldn't be needed. Excuse me, I got a little indigestion going on. It wouldn't be needed at all, right? Like it would just, you'd already have that information available to you because I pull it from very standardized places, and it should be pretty simple to put together. And Adam did a great job of working on that and putting that together. Uh, Casey's broken mug. Thanks, man. We'll keep on trucking away here as much as we can. Casey, I think your place is bugged. I don't know why. Yes, we do. Peace, love. If you look on the screen right now, you can't see it right now. Hold on a second. If you look on the screen now, over here on the right-hand side, it does show you large, medium, and small orders over here, and I can show you for both AMC and APE. I believe this is in millions. Yeah, it's in millions of USD. It shows you in millions how much the orders were for. Let's add up the data here. I've never done this. I've never actually added this up to see if it added up correctly. Let's try it. Yep, sure does. Adds up to the exact amount of outflow that they say that there is. So this is your order flow distribution based off of sizes. There's one. This is for the inflow, for the outflow, and then you can also do the same thing for Ape and see that one as well. Again, this is in it says kilo USD. So this is 1.377 million, 1.939 million, 8 point or 0.835, 835,000. So that's the kilos. Highway Frog says in order to go undercover, Casey would have to shave his beard. It's like the exact opposite of going undercover, right? It's like Casey's gonna infiltrate. He's gonna shave. I'm Woodstock, you know what? To be honest with you, man, like this has been one of the most healthiest. Uh, what I don't want to say the only, but it has definitely been one of the most healthiest places I have ever been in regards to AMC. Now, I don't want to take any responsibility for it. I actually think that you guys are the ones that do that, and it's just because I've given you guys the ability to be able to decide who goes and who stays until more recently, and that I've kind of taken more of an active position on getting rid of people who are harassing. But for the most part, I let you guys self police the area, and you guys get to decide what goes on here. So I feel like you guys have made this a really cool place and positive place for people to be. Did you see the video showing 40,000 2022 F-250s parked at a closed racetrack? Looks like Arlington Cemetery for 4 trucks. I have not seen this. What the heck? What for? Are they just like missing something or? Tater Tot says it's wintertime now and the beer will keep you warm and you could become a mall Santa. That's not a bad job. I hadn't thought about that. Fortunately, I've kind of shaped it in a way that's a little not Santa-ish, but yeah, you're not wrong. You guys are saying I'm going someplace. I'm not. I never said I was going anywhere, so hold those thoughts. Like I'm just preparing you for who knows what. It's always better to be prepared than not prepared at all, right? Okay, they are waiting on semiconductor chips, so they're waiting on electronic components then, huh? Wow. I figured that's what they were probably waiting on, but I didn't want to make the assumption. That's insane. That is insane. Well, if they want to get this economy, if they want to keep this economy running, those chips are going to have to start pumping out somehow. No. Vaseline 213, welcome to the channel. I haven't seen the name before. I love the. It looks like you got the AMC NFT in there as your profile picture. That's cool, man. Do I think the fact that the market started offering fraction shares will cause this to moon or base at 71? No, I don't. John Vincent says the job market is still strong. I think some job markets are still strong. You know, Stephen, I'm not 100% certain, man. I Credit Suisse, to be honest with you, wasn't on my list of American banks because it's not really an American bank. It wasn't on my list of banks that I was really kind of monitoring all that much. But if there is a failure of a foreign bank that would impact some of our U.S. banks, I think some of the ones that kind of make it up on my list are like the ones that. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to blind you guys. Are some of the ones that I've kind of listed from earlier this morning with J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and then perhaps the Bank of New York. I'm not even gonna say it. The Bank of New York. I can't say it. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. They weren't on my. They weren't. I mean, we've had problems with Credit Suisse ever since last year. That's such. Don't even start rumors like that. Don't start rumors like that. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It is time because I want to go on my last break here. And so we'll take a look at what's going on here one more time before I head out. Let's see what we got going on here. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you're writing, so if you have something specifically that you want to say to me, just hold that thought for a few minutes until you see the big tramp back up on the page again, and then I'll be able to see what you're writing. All right, starting with off exchange. As of an hour ago, or less than that because I actually kind of came back a little bit late, but a little while ago it was 60.04 for AMC and 10.33 through EDGX. Let's check that and see where it's at now. 60.14 and 10.17, so a little bit of a drop there, but it's at 70.31% for those two off exchanges. That is very high off exchange volume. Total amounts right now for Ape. We've got 62.58 and 8.72 through the EDGX. So the EDGX is actually dropping, but I think the off exchange is going higher. It is 71.3% of our total volumes going through those two off exchanges. It is definitely high. All right, let's check out Ortex data here. An hour ago, there was 332,000 shares having been returned. It's now 414,000 shares having been returned on AMC. That's going to equate to a little bit lower estimated short share interest of the free float at 19.17%. Cost per hour average is still kind of rising at 23.13. Shares on loan 185.77 million. Day over day, that's down by 1.1 million. I'm estimating about 360,000 shares that were closed in short interest. Ape an hour ago had 1.07 million shares having been barred. It's now 1.05. Not going to have a whole lot of impact to short share interest of the free float at 7.49%. Cost per average at 5.56. Shares on loan for the day today is at 24.41. There was not really any change day over day on that. All of those are in short interest though. And taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call options for the day today is at a $7 strike. There was 9.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 11.2. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a $6 strike with 2.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's basically 3,000 contracts now. So almost a 4-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, with the market suggesting the closing price on AMC somewhere between $6 and $7. Combined price between AMC and APE currently sitting at $9.23. We have found support multiple times throughout the day today at $9.18. We'll see if that's the case again here. Did not get the breakout that I would have anticipated right here at the box. Looks like price is moving down a little bit further here before perhaps getting an actual move. This box, this trend is showing downwards pricing. Probably with falling volume is going to lead to, should be a bullish breakout, but this trend line is pointing to the top, which could mean a break to the bottom. And it is starting to move that way right now, 9.21. Oops, give me 1 second. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is the first one that I see on the list here with 59% buys to 40% sales. That has moved up all day long today on the buy ratio, and is looking much better than it was. It's almost at that 60% that I like to see. And then GME is sitting here a little bit lower than that with 69% buys to 30% sales. Nice. AMC with 69% buys to 30% sales. Also nice. Looking good. Orders by, actually, let's say SSR did not trip for AMC. Ape did trip at 2.439. Shares available to borrow, there are the additional 200,000 shares that pop back up. Fees are 18.8% from 19% earlier. No new shares having been borrowed since those were returned. Total for the day today that we've seen borrowed so far is at 850,000 shares. NASDAQ is down, or sorry, rather, not down. NASDAQ is up 2.24, Dow Jones is up 2.7, and S&P 500 is up 2.61. We currently have more advancers than decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease here because it's cooking or looking pretty smelly good. Looking pretty smelly good. Because that's a thing. It is. It's a thing. I promise you. Looking pretty smelly good. 5,185 advancers to 1,772 decliners. Smells look. VIX is down 5.6%. I feel like I already did this. VIX is down 5.6%. VTI is up 2.54. IWD is up 2.76. Tesla is down 8.53. Amazon is up 2.61. Cinemark down 0.25. Doge is up 1.85. Bitcoin's up 2.86. GME is up 0.14. HYMC is up 12.21. Hood is down 1.01. NCMI is down 13.52, Ape is down 9.41, and AMC is down 3.01. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $1.4 million more in outflow than inflow for the day-to-day. 1.4 million, and let's see what kind of pace we're going to run out here for the end of the day. Let's see. After 286 minutes of trading, AMC is on pace for 21.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I said somewhere between 10 to 30 million. On the hourly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.69, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.01, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.97, which is just about average. On APE, there's roughly $1 million more in inflow than outflow for the day, with 9.79 million shares traded, putting us on pace for 13.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million, but I said I thought it was going to be higher than 13. I thought it was going to be between 10 and 15 more, just to kind of dial it down a little bit more and try and figure out exactly where. I felt like it would close over 13, maybe closer to 15, but it looks like 13 is the pace. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 20.11, which is oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.03, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.68, which is slightly below average. We did get I wouldn't even call this a breakout, but more of a falling out sideways of this pretty long, pretty big wedge for the day today. Just kind of getting the sideways trading. It does look like we're going to maybe close somewhere between 672 and 686. That does seem to be a lot of consolidation forming right there. Myself says, you remember Adam Aaron's tweet about the Rorschach test? Yes. What about it? That was a clue towards ape. How so? Oh, the ink patterns were copies. Good point. Nice one. Jeff says, "Hey, can you explain or talk about about Yahoo saying ape market cap of 4.2 billion, implying 1.7 billion shares? It was like this to a lesser extent before the 8K. Before the 8K, investor relations assured me no extra ape." Hold up, let me pull it up here. I would assume this is for ape, right? I'm just gonna make an assumption. For most of those, I really just feel like they're that there's just something. So market cap showing 4.204 billion. So we'll just simply take outstanding share. Oh, I think I know what they did. Hold on, let me just verify. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. No, wait, it's more than that. Huh. Hmm. Oh, wait. I think I have an idea. I think I know why it might be like this. Give me 1 second, I'll tell you if I'm right or not. Current. Oh, it's close. Hmm. Give me 1 sec. So I was doing some math on this the other day because I saw somebody posted about this before. Let me do some quick math here. I was trying to come up with like an answer as to what how they would have come up um, with this number. .712. So what I'm doing now is I'm taking market cap divided by the share price, which should give us the total amount of outstanding shares uh, out there. I think isn't market cap should be based on outstanding, yeah. Should be based out on outstanding, and that would come out to 1.712 billion shares. The number. So I was just I was trying to see if there was a possibility that if you took the outstanding amount of shares of Ape shares that are on the book records for Ape, meaning the 1 total billion shares, added the float of AMC into that as well, then you should get 1.516 billion outstanding shares in total. However, because in a sense, the market cap for Ape, uh, in order for somebody to buy out the whole company, because market cap should be the total price that would cost somebody to buy out the entire position. I think they would have to buy through the float of AMC as well in order to get to the market cap of Ape. And I'm just throwing out some numbers here, trying to make some sense of what it is they've got set up here. But 1.712 is a little too high. It's high by about 200 million shares. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're doing here. I'm not sure where their math is bad. Unless. Yeah, I don't know. But I'll say this. I don't have an answer for you, but I will say this. Nobody else has that market cap set up that way. There's not a single other stock out there that has a market cap set like that. Ape's market cap is 1.27 according to Webull. It's usually it's only Yahoo that ever seems to get these numbers incorrect. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Uh, it's Yahoo. You get what you pay for. I haven't seen a news conference yet, or I haven't at least heard anybody say anything about one yet. Kramer just gave the inverse kiss of death on live TV. He says, there's nothing wrong with Credit Suisse. Bye, bye, bye. Jeffrey says Yahoo claims they get their data from exchanges. I mean, I understand that, but you know what? It's not. If nobody else is reporting it and they're the only ones reporting it, then I would say that there's something wrong with Yahoo. Not that it's like the real data. And I think that's kind of the idea that some institution is just going to accidentally print out like what the actual real amount of shares are in existence by accidentally typing in the right numbers that would show you market cap that would be in reference to Google has 3.5 billion market cap on AMC. Yeah, that's exactly what it's supposed to be. $3.5 is correct for AMC. ABC Pediatrics says, Casey, you were right. Those returned shares have reappeared as available. It happens all the time, dude. As soon as they disappear out of the ETFs, they show up on available amount, right? They just simply are transferring them out of the ETFs and making them available to be borrowed. It happens all the time. You watch, though. They'll borrow them and then they'll return them, and then it's just a juggling. It's just all they're doing is juggling shares around. Blake Morales says 11 candles on the cake. Adam posted. Cake is on two plates. Move called The Two Plates came out in 2008. Wait, what? Oh, movie. Adam Aaron posted cake is on Two Plates movie called The Two Plates came out in 2008. Damn. And Ape 3.51 preferred equities. Okay, so now this I think is more explainable. Let's see, 3.51. Yeah, that's much closer. So if you take the 3.51 billion and you divide that by the 2.46 that it's showing, that's actually much closer to the total amount of outstanding shares in total, right? You actually get 1.426 billion shares. So if you added up all the shares of AMC, all the shares of Ape, and you put them all together, that's the number you would come up with. So I think that's the problem. I think that's what probably the biggest problem is that these guys are trying to come up with the amount of shares that are in existence in totality, and wherever they're getting their numbers from aren't right, because I don't know why they're doing it the way that they're doing it. I don't think it should be reported like that. But again, you're picking it up from two different sources, two different problem numbers, and everybody else reporting the same thing. So good job. You found an error in reporting on two different free sites. So I still don't see any problem. I mean, the math is really simple. If you want to know what market cap is supposed to be, you just simply take the amount of shares outstanding times the total price That's all market cap is. There is nothing more to that formula than that alone. If you want to know what market cap is supposed to be, you take the total outstanding amount of shares, multiply that by the total amount of price, and that's what market cap is supposed to be. If somebody else is reporting it as being something higher than that, then how they're getting those numbers, I have no idea. They obviously, because here's the part that's really strange, right? You go over to Yahoo, and what does it say for outstanding shares? Well, let's see. Hold on a second. Do they even list outstanding shares? Because if they're going to list outstanding shares as being a number other than what it is that they're reporting, then that's the answer to your problem. It's Yahoo sucks. And if Google's going to report something other than, if they're not going to report something higher than 516 million outstanding shares, then Google sucks. And that's all it comes down to, because the formula is that simple. Because Doug, they're never going to let AMC and APE follow an upwards trend in price. They're never going to let those rip up that high. They can't. They can't afford it. So that's the answer to your question, Jeff. It's simply, what are they reporting for outstanding shares? Because if they're not reporting the correct number, or if they are reporting the correct number and they're not choosing to report the correct market cap, then they've got a problem with their formula. It's a really simple formula. Let me check one more thing real quick here. 425. Oops. 941. Yeah, it's still 2.3. Nope. I was gonna suggest that if they're saying that the Ape shares were sold into the market by Adam Aron, which was 225 million or 425 million shares. Let me make sure I did the math right. I'll just pull it back up. 425 plus 516 is 941. Yeah, I had the right number. I had 941. So yeah, I just don't see it. No, Cody, in regards to what are your thoughts on Trey coming out? I don't think he's sold unless he said he did. Yeah, Runscape Killer says Trey literally said in his video he didn't sell, and that's what I heard him say as well. So I don't know. I don't have any reason to believe that he's done something different than what he said. Cookie Monster 510 says AMC can have a market cap of 10 trillion and it doesn't mean anything. That's right. That's exactly right. I think people need to stop, trying to reach for straws, in regards to like seeing market cap show up as something else other than what it's supposed to be, and saying like that must prove something, because it proves nothing. It just proves that there's flaws in systems that are calculating out market caps. Well, Justin Other Ape says if he sold 425 million, it would show up in the volume. He definitely didn't sell anything substantial. I don't think it would show up until the next day, though. The total, I don't think you're going to see immediately volume being reported as up. So, like, say for example, just hypothetical, right? If he were to sell them today, I don't think we would see the increased volume until tomorrow. So I don't think immediately that the volume just instantly goes up. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'll come back at 4:10. We'll close out the day together. Let me kind of pull the charts in here just a tad bit. Well, some people, some people like to know what my position is on it because it helps them to know whether or not I'm going to watch, they're going to watch me or not. A lot of people want to know, like, what's your stance on this? And that way, whether or not I agree with you is going to be whether or not I'm going to watch you, which is, when I see new names come in and I see them ask questions like that, that's kind of what I assume is it's like you're trying to gauge, like, where I stand on the whole, Trey issue and maybe the community is in general. And so it's just kind of one of those things where it's like I don't mind answering because I know a lot of people will have like you know a lot of people are big strong supporters of Trey, and I get that. I understand why they would be very hesitant to like just go anywhere for information. Yeah, that's cool. All right, guys, I'm gonna pack it up here, and I'll come back at 2:10 and basically 30 minutes from now. Let me pull up the message real quick here. Thanks, Sammy boy. I appreciate it. Rock strong. That's right, Alex. That's right. All right, see you guys in just a bit.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine.
All right, I'm back. JFK. JFK's brain. Are you an AMC owner or Ape owner or GME owner? Any one of the three will work. Just out of curiosity. Tony says, saw some nice Corvettes and Ferraris at the Domain on Sunday while we were sitting outside the bar having a beer and watching the Cowboys win. That was a great picture of you guys, by the way, Tony. I really enjoyed that. The Domain is a great place to hang out. I like it there. It's a lot of fun. And you're not lying. There are some really nice cars over there, especially right over there by that. My wife likes to go to the makeup store. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head. But it's right across from like the food court area, and there's some nice cars there sometimes. I did not. I don't know if I did read your comment or not. Let's see here, Thorbladed. Did you read my comment about the UN asking the Feds? I just read that while I was on break. I did not see that, but yeah, the UN is asking the Feds and central banks for halts on interest rate hikes because they're at risk of sending the global economy into a recession. It's just like, dude, like what's crazy to me is we just sat there and watched like so many different countries saying that they had no problems with inflation whatsoever, and it's just amazing to me. It's amazing to me that they have no problems with inflation, but then suddenly, once America starts raising interest rates, all of a sudden everybody's going into recession all of a sudden. And it's just like, I don't know. Oh, the Lavaca Bar. I love that. They have an Easy Tiger pretzel. Uh, Lavaca Bar is a nice bar, man. It's a good place. You should check out, I think, if I'm not mistaken, let me just look it up real quick. But I think if you're ever when you're there, Tony, next time you're at that Lavaca bar, let me just I'm gonna look it up and make sure that that I've got the right bar, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like three of them. There's one in downtown, there's one on South Lamar, and then there's the one I guess at the Domain. What you need to do is make sure that when you go in there, this will be a great date thing for you and Scarlett. Next time you're on a date night, take her back to that Lavaca bar and make sure you order the two things I need you to order. You're going to need to order first a chocolate coffee martini, and what they do is they make this coffee martini that's got chocolate around the edge of the rim. Most amazing to die for drink you'll ever have in your entire life. It is so good, dude. It's amazing. Amazing martini. Get like one or two of those. And then to finish it off, they have s'mores. You can cook s'mores at your table, and they give you like a little heater kind of thing, and you can do s'mores at your table. It's really cool. It's kind of neat. Sometimes if they have in the South Lamar spot, they have like comedy nights. If you go on a comedy night, you can go listen to some really bad live comedy, and have your coffee martinis dressed with chocolate and s'mores. Okay, yeah, with songs like let's get this over with already. Let's get to toasting. To good times in the future, guys. It doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing. I enjoy spending my time with you guys. Hopefully, you enjoy spending with me. To all of our times together and going forward times more together. Uh, I cheers to you guys for making this a great time. Cheers. The coffee martinis, Tony, are cold, so I don't know if it would be great for. But the it's kind of a mixture thing. The other thing too, Tony, is if you'd go down to the Lavaca bar downtown, which is right off of Lavaca, there is Bob's a steakhouse. Bob's Steakhouse. I can't remember what it's called. It's called Bob's something or other. I don't remember what it is, but um, it's a great after dessert. So if you go downtown, take her to Bob's Chop and Steakhouse. That's what it is. I think it's Bob's Chop and Steakhouse. Take her there. Get yourself a nice steak. It is business casual at least for the dress attire, and then take her straight over to that Lavaca bar for uh, dessert or um, just some martinis to finish the night out. Dana says sounds expensive. The coffee martinis are not that bad. The vodka is pretty good. Bob's is definitely expensive. I have not, Tony. I've actually heard about. I think I've heard about the secret door one. I've never been though. Alrighty, guys. Let's take a look at one last time of the numbers. Pantheon, cheers to you. Let's see what our last numbers are for the day here. Taking you guys over to the other screen. Give me 1 second while I log into my broker. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it and set it up. If you don't like it, you can get rid of it. If you're going to set it up, make sure you get yourself a secondary phone that you can attach to it so that in case something happens to your primary phone, you can get the code sent somewhere else. I really swear that if there was some kind of sales pitch for for two-factor authentication, I swear I've got the market cornered on that. Taking a look at Off Exchange, an hour ago on Off Exchange, we had 60.14 and 10.17 on EDGX. Those are now showing 60.19 for AMC and 10.11 for grand total 70.3 of our total volume going through those two exchanges. Ape has 62.21% going through the off exchange, 8.71 through EDGX for a grand total 70.92%. That is extremely high data. Not the highest numbers we've ever seen, but those are really high though. I've seen 80 one time, I think. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was a total of 414,000 shares having been returned. That number is now 732,000 shares having been returned. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.12%. Cost per hour averages at 22.91. Shares on loan 185.77 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease of 1.1 million shares, and about 360,000 of that is in closed short interest, estimated. On Ape, an hour ago, there was 1.05 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.03. Not going to really change too much the short share interest of the free float, which is at 7.49%. Cost per hour averages at 5.56. Shares on loan, 24.41 million shares. And there was no change day over day on that, all in short interest. Options. An hour ago on call options, the highest amount of volume was at a $7 strike. That's still the case. There was 11.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 12.5. And on puts at a $6 strike an hour ago, there was 3,000 contracts. There's now 3.2. So market's still indicating that AMC should close somewhere between $6 and $7. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $9.27. You can see we've had multiple attempts today at $9.18, where the red and blue are separated by a Fibonacci retracement that I've got on here. And price just kind of hanging out, trading sideways for the most part here. It did break out of this wedge here pretty nicely, a little bit later than I would have anticipated. I'm gonna have to just basically just draw this out, I think. And this is of course going to go into the aftermarket hours today. So yeah, this is market close. The breakout on this would have to be in the aftermarket hours. If it were to happen. A lot of times when we see it close, it just kind of trades sideways. But combined price is $9.27. Oh shoot, my bad. Did I not show you guys the other page? Hold on a second. Okay, I did. I did show it to you. Whew. Okay, for a second there, I thought I hadn't shown it to you guys. Orders by Fidelity customers. Looking at Ape, AMC, and GME only. The first one to show up on the list is Ape with a 58.92% buy to 41.08% sell ratio. Let's see, the next one to show up on the list is GME with a 69% buy to 30% sell ratio. Same thing for AMC, 69.30. Nice. Those are good numbers. I like seeing what we got going on there. Ape kind of dropped a little bit. It's not terrible, but it's not the best numbers I like to see. 60/40 or better. Trigger price for AMC did not trigger for the day-to-day. Would have been at $6.27. Shares available to borrow at 350,000 shares. That's up from what it was an hour ago. Looks like they did indeed borrow another additional 50,000 shares. However, those 50,000 shares are going to put us at 900,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. Does look like we have some large short interest that is closing out their positions here. At fees for borrowing, by the way, went from 18.8 to 19.1. NASDAQ is up 2.65, Dow Jones is up 2.98, S&P 500 is up 2.93. We have 5,358 advancers to 1,642 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease because it looks tasty. And VIX is down 5.98%, finally dropping under 30. VTI is up 2.9. IWD is up 3.02. Tesla's down 7.35. Amazon is up 3.03. Cinemark is up 0.7, Doge is up 1.28, Bitcoin is up 2.59, GME is at 1.25 up, HYMC is up 10.87, Hood is down 0.05, NCMI is down 13.88, Ape is down 9.78, and AMC is down 1.87, 2.01, it just updated. So I want to mention this, guys, that, this is going to, people are going to look at the market today and go like, hey, why is everything going up? And, it's a big head fake, guys. I mean, we've seen this time and time and time and time and again. And it's like I feel like this is that moment where somebody says, "Why is it like this?" and you slap in the face and like, "How many times I got to tell you? It's been like this all the time." They're always trying to fake you out into trying to think that something's going to happen. It's not going to happen. Like, it doesn't mean this turning into a bull market because we had one single day where the price is moving up 2 to 3%. No, doesn't mean that at all. Mondays are very common fake out days where they try, convince the market's moving in a certain direction. They cause people to make positions that are bad positions, and then the volatility is at some of the highest numbers we've seen in a long time, which can indicate up to at least a 2% change in price on a day-to-day basis. On a day-to-day basis, that's what volatility is. Volatility is when you have these massive swings in price. That's what you're seeing. This is not your grandmother's trading market anymore, guys. We are starting to enter into a very, very volatile market where only the extremely well-seasoned traders understand the difference between what's really happening and what's fake. And when you see gold rushing to the point to where, a company that mines gold is up 11.7% on a day like today, where the whole rest of the market's up, but only marginally. I mean, come on, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what's happening here. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out. Slap yourself in the face a few times, throw some water on your face, and wake up. Smell the coffee, because you know what's happening here. You got banks that are sitting here talking about having like so much financial difficulties that they're not even going to do trading on markets any longer. That's Credit Suisse, by the way. And then you've got like trillions of dollars that are in derivatives that are being held right now in a failing market. Like, they're sweating bullets, absolute just sweating bullets, and it's nasty. So far for the day today on AMC, we've got about $1.1 million more in outflow than inflow, with 18.59 million shares traded with about 34 minutes left to trade. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. 20.38 million shares traded for the day today is the pace that we're on for the last 30 minutes here. We'll probably do a little bit more in the aftermarket hours, but 10 to 30 million is what I suggested in the pre-market. Looks like we're going to center right in on the middle of that. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than the selling pressure, with an RSI of 42.2, which is that's below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, but multiple crossovers here in the last 30 minutes, with RSI at 48.84, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI at 53.92, which is just slightly above average. On APE, there is currently $1.2 million more in inflow than outflow for the day today. 11.27 million shares having been traded. Putting us on pace for 12.27 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It's a little bit less than I would have expected, but aftermarket hours might bump it up to 13 million. We'll see. I was figuring at least 13. I was actually thinking a little bit more, but it ended up coming down in volume. I did say in pre-market 5 to 25 million. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 19.66, which is below average, signaling oversold heavily. 19.44 and dropping. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 37.71, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure, with multiple crossovers within the last 20 minutes. RSI at 38.62, which is below average. Looks like we're doing another retest on SSR at 2.439. Wow, barcodes. Alrighty. Back to business. 1 second here. I gotta look something up real quick here. MCon says, so which piggy bank? The ones I've always had my eyes on is JP Morgan and Bank of America. Based off the numbers that I showed you earlier this morning, in case you didn't see them. I'm going to blind you here for a second, guys, so bear with me for just a minute. But we've got in 2020, March of 2021, the end of March, So beginning of April. Highest amount of total derivatives held by JP Morgan was 52.6 trillion. JP Morgan, as of this year, of the same time of the year, end of March 2022, they went from 52.6 trillion in derivatives to 61.1 trillion. That's the number one on my list. The next one that increased over the last year was Bank of America. Bank of America went from 18.5 trillion to 23 trillion. Wells Fargo is the next one that's looks to be in trouble a little bit. Wells Fargo went from 10.7 trillion to 11.8 trillion. And last but not least, the Bank of New York Million went from 1.07 trillion to 1.36 trillion. So out of the top 8 that were in the trillions of dollars in derivatives held, both on loan, and these are long positions, by the way, call positions. Also credited derivatives included. Those were the 4 that had increased substantially their positions in the market over the last year. Harry Parrott says, Casey, do you think that today's green market is one of the one most have been talking about before the escalator down? It's hard to say, man. Million. I don't know how to say it. If it's melon, I don't care. It's melon, it's melon. Million. Mayan. That's what it should be, is Mayan. Harry Parrott says, sitting in my classroom, my phone spell check is killing me. Nah, they're not killing us. They're killing the price. They're only killing you if you're susceptible to price movement. No, Dennis, I'm not from Kansas City. My name's Casey, and it's kind of been I've lived all over the U.S., man, and Kansas City, since it's a namesake, has kind of been one of my favorites. Not all-time favorites, but definitely one of my favorites. And I absolutely love. Um, I really like Patrick Mahomes. I think he's a great quarterback. Andy Reid, I think, is a great. I think he's. I think the way that man thinks in terms of football and how it should be played is trend-setting, and I love that. I absolutely love it. It's been needed. It's been long overdue in football. We've needed that for a long, long time. Kansas City is. Oh man, it's my team, I guess. Kind of, sort of, but not really. And so I just wear the hat because I like them. They didn't play the best they could have, but they won, Mac and Bees, and that's what counts. I think, at the end of the day, whether or not you played the best to your abilities or not, it really doesn't matter as long as you walk away with the W. Yeah, Ape achieved SSR earlier today. Yeah, not a problem, Woodstock. Pantheon says, I'll make you a Sasquatchian Rough Riders fan soon enough. Okay. Why not? Can you please explain why they're marking big guys as neutral? I don't, because they're off exchange. That's why. Because they're showing up as TRF. And definitely TRF is where they like to get us. Give me 1 second here, guys. I want to go back and and do something real quick here, because I asked a question and I didn't get answered, and I just want to follow through with it. One second. I don't see, for some reason, oh, there it is. All right, never mind. No worries, Bjork. I was just saying it tripped it a while ago. It was tripped since earlier this afternoon. But they're definitely keeping the price and holding it like right there, though. Crash and stick. It's the name of the game. I'm not giving up on you guys. Harry Parrott says, Casey, Dallas called. They want their team back. That sucks, right? Cody says, Adam Aaron mentioning things in threes means 3-day weekends. He said time matches. He said time matches on and inbound. So the inbound 3-day weekend that matches is 8, 9, 10, 10, 22, and the next trading day is the 11th. Cake has 11 candles. All right, hold on a second here. That actually sounds like something, Cody. Gee whiz. That's like a mental exercise. What the hell? Where did you get that from, Cody? Did you come up with that all on your own? Adam Aaron mentions things in threes, meaning 3-day weekends. He said time matches on and inbound. Hold on a second. I want to go back to his. I want to go back to his post. Time matches. Interesting. Good point. Man, why didn't I catch that the first time? Time matches on. I think I read it over this weekend and I was just kind of like, oh, that's nice. It's a birthday cake. This week on my Twitter feed, I have been receiving many inbound birthday wishes. It is really very kind of you to be thinking of me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let me go back to what you said, Cody. Cody says, time matches on and inbound. So the inbound 3-day weekend that matches is 8, 9, 10 on 10/22. Let's look at the calendar here real quick. 10/22 is hold up, guys. I gotta copy Cody's message because you're all writing too fast here. He might be onto something here, guys, and you're like writing all this stuff here. Hold on a second. Hold on. I gotta post his 3S, meaning 3 weekdays. He said time matches on an inbound, so the inbound 3-day weekend that matches is 8, 9, and 10. 8, 9, 10, 10/22. Hold on a second. September. October, November. I don't see any. Where's the 3-day weekend in? I'm not seeing a 3-day weekend. What do you mean by that? Do you mean 11? What do you mean by 10, 10, 22? Why 10, 10, 22? Because I don't get that part. I don't see that. 10, 10, 22. No, we don't have any holiday listed for the 10th. November 11th is Veterans Day. Maybe that's what he meant. 10, 11. Hold on a second. 10, 11? But that's not even. Okay, that's what he probably meant. He probably meant 10, 11, which would be 9, 10, 11, and then we'd have. I'm not sure what he meant by 9, 10, 11. I don't know. I'm confused. Dr. Dazzle, I have no way of possibly being able to accurately predict anything like that at all. I wish I could, man. I really, really wish I could give you like a definitive answer on that, but you know what my saying is around here, man. 2 weeks. Arthur Martin says we're all confused. I know, man. 10-10-22 is Columbus Day, but the market's not closed on that day, though. At least not from what I can see. Other than Thanksgiving and Christmas, we're done with holidays. Weekend Warrior says, "Hey Casey, all the order on the off exchange consider F." No, none of them. Good point. Myself, he's actually done that before. He has done that before, and it's made me wonder whether or not he's just fat finger at time marches. Yeah, time matches on. It's well thought out though. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it's autocorrect. It's possible. I'll tell you what. I hate autocorrect with a passion. So there's Weekend Warrior. I kind of want to touch on what Weekend Warrior is saying, guys. Give me just a second here while I touch on that. Weekend Warrior, I don't feel like I gave you like a really good explanation. What failure to delivers is when somebody's borrowed shares and then has not returned them when they've been requested to return. So in other words, payment of the shares or a recall of the shares. Those are the only two times that you'll ever see that I know of failure to delivers that can occur. What we saw have happen on the 24th of last month was not failure to delivers due to shares that were supposed to be paid off. It was due to it was due to a lender who decided to recall their shares so that they could sell them back into the market because they found out that they weren't going to be able to hedge against AMC. Hence the reason for why we saw failure to deliver starting on the 24th and not on the 22nd or 23rd or any other day. Griffin Money says, Casey, you're forgetting about one holiday. I don't know. I got it pulled up here, man. I'm just like, I see. Oh, We're in October now. I see only 2 holidays left this year, and it's Thanksgiving Day. Um, looks like we're off. Oh, wait, hold on a second here. Yeah, 2022. We're off November the 24th and Thursday, November the 24th, and then we're also off on Monday, December the 26th. Griffin Money says National Kick a Ginger Day on January 12th. Not condoning actually doing that. Captain Awesome says, "How about another dumb bet? If we don't squeeze by the end of this week, I'll change my name to." I'll take that bet on. I'll take it on. It's a good bet. And not only will I live stream shaving the beard, but I'll live stream it in a way to where it's not just me sitting in the van. I'll make it nice and big so you can see it. Pam, how's it going? Dr. Zena says, for Halloween, I'm dressing up as a saddlebag with eyes. No costume required. What the heck does that even mean? I don't even understand what that means. Funky Pizza Records is saying I'm a ginger, don't kick me. I might as well be a ginger, Funky Pizza Records, and the reason that I say that is because I do have red hair some places. but the other reason that I would consider myself a ginger is because I worked night shift most of my life, and we always used to make this joke about how night shift workers are the redheaded stepchildren of any company. It doesn't matter who you work for. We're always the redheaded stepchildren of the place, and we always end up getting kicked. So I haven't seen anything at all in regards to that tech. We did talk about a little bit earlier. I did talk about what I could find on the information from their website, but I hadn't seen anything posted since then. In high definition beard shaving, that's right. Mitch says, hopefully you'll be clean shaven soon. I can't wait, man. I cannot wait. Yeah, no, not a problem. I don't mind answering. I am 46. I gotta remember how I'm 46 years old, man. Myself kind of has me screwed up because he keeps like switching my words around and playing words on me, and so I almost said 64. But no, I'm 46 years old. I had to think about it though. Shake, official shake. I don't know if you could see that. I was shaking. I used to have red hair in my beard. Oh, yep, that's pretty much right, Z Wade. You got it. Believe it or not, I got a little Irish in me or something of that nature. Maybe a little bit of Irish in me. Just a teeny bit. Actually, I'm as mud as you can get. I've got just about everything known to man inside. I got a test upstairs. My mom gave me like 2 Christmases ago that I never went into the 23andMe. I've never taken it, and I need to go rub my gums on something or pee on some stick or I don't know what it is that I gotta go do, but I gotta go do it still. And I keep thinking to myself, I think it has something to do with brushing my teeth, and I keep thinking to myself like if I'm brushing my teeth constantly, I don't want it to be toothpaste or anything like that that influences the information, and so it's like I feel like I gotta like come up with a time where I don't brush my teeth for a day and then swab my mouth. Dana, you're welcome. Hmm. Cassius says, so if NATO accepts Ukraine into NATO, does that mean that we're now at war with Russia? I don't know if, well, didn't we kick ourselves out of NATO? I don't know. I don't even know. Isn't that sad? I thought Trump was the one that pulled us out of NATO, didn't he? Probably not. Hold on a second here. I should probably know this. Let's see. Okay, we're still in NATO. What did he just cut funding or something? What did he do? I feel like he did something. Like I don't know. Yeah, we are still in NATO. I think we just cut funding or something like that. Tony's coming in here with the redhead jokes. What kind of beds do redheads sleep on? Tempur-Pedic. Oh man. I mean, that wasn't funny. Tony, that was terrible. What are you That is so insensitive. I can't believe you, Tony. It's nothing like that, Griffin. Nothing like that. All in the jeans. The kind you wear on the ins. Oh, that's so bad too. Yeah. Just I think I've got a lot of I think I've got some Russian in me. I got German, I've got English, I've got everything. I'm like a mutt. Josh says he made all NATO countries pay their fair share of the GDP, and then Trump pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. Okay. I couldn't remember what it was. I didn't care too much about it one way or the other. It wasn't really something I cared too much about, obviously. Myself says, "Come on, guys, say goodbye to Dana. Don't leave her hanging like this. Dana, take care." She's probably not even here to see it now. We love you, Dana. Take care. Don't have a good day. Have a great day. Yes, that's right. Captain Awesome says, I thought I did already, but yeah, the UN is calling the Fed to halt rate hikes. Sounds kind of desperate, doesn't it? Sounds desperate to me. Fancy seeing you here, Tony. I'm on a lunch break. Haven't been online much due to work. I miss your live stream. I feel like I'm the in-between guy for like people. Everybody just stop on by and, hey, love your live stream. That's all good. Tony's gonna be on tonight. There it is. Catch Tony tonight, guys. He will be on. I usually tune in, especially since my wife works I usually do tune in to see what's going on. What's today? Today is Monday, so I don't have soccer practice today with the kids, so I should be free to listen. Sea Hill says I think I just smoked a joint, but I don't know. I can't remember. That's not good. Tony has been coming up, dude. I am totally envious of some of Tony's hats. I'm not gonna lie. Some of those hats are epic, and really wish that I had access to more creativity like that. Ooh, don't do that, Cuddy Cut. You know the rules, man. Savvy says, do you tell fellow soccer parents about AMC? I don't. I don't actually. No. So it's kind of one of those weird things where like a lot of the parents usually tend to sit in the cars while the soccer practice is going on. So I tend to sit in the car while I'm waiting, and I usually listen to like a space call. There has been like one occasion I think where I've gotten out and stood outside to watch the soccer practice. But for those of you who've been around for a while, you know that I have this like really bad affliction to where mosquitoes absolutely love me to death. And I hate sitting outside when it's kind of like in the dusk evening when soccer practice is, because that's when all those mosquitoes love coming out. And so I end up getting just absolutely attacked unless I'm wearing off. And I usually have to use like the deep wood spray just to keep them away. So I usually sit in the car and don't really talk to anybody. Well, Cuddy Cut, it's an important rule, man. Get back to it. It's always a really good rule to follow. It's my buttery skin. Thanks, Javi. I appreciate that. It must be. It's exactly what it is. It's definitely the buttery skin. Well, on that note, guys, it's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest, because you know what that leads to? Buttery skin. Spend time with your family, spend time with your pets, spend time with your friends, maybe not in that order, I don't care, it doesn't really matter, but go out and do something, for crying out loud. It's getting nice outside. So, tell you what, you all don't have a good day. You have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start. 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and advance.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's come to pass, 7 years has gone so fast. Wake me up when September ends. Here comes the rain again, falling from the stars, drenched in my pain again, becoming who we are. As my memory rests, but never forgets what I lost. Wake me up when September ends. September